Hello, everyone, and welcome to a new series that we're doing called Mysteries of Ravensburg Academy. This is going to be another gothic horror sort of thing where we play little one-shots or have guests or other things like that. So once again, the same warnings apply. Child endangerment, blood, gore, violence, possibly talk of abuse and trauma, other such things. If those things come up to a line for you, please take a break. Your support means a lot to us, but of course, so does your mental health. We've all heard that spiel before. It was the entire last campaign, and we're continuing it through all of these ones. So please do take a break. It's very important. So now that we're in this new sort of realm, we're going to introduce you to it. Nestled in the Shadowfell, surrounded by mist and fog, is a valley called the Valley of Ravensburg. Within this live all kinds of monsters: vampires, werewolves, witches, goblins, devils, and demons, all kinds of things that go bump in the night. This realm was created by the Baron of the Valley, Victor Ravensburg, and after his death, the valley that he created began to shrink. The denizens found that the valley was held together with fear of the things that go bump in the night, and inspiring tales and stories that spread throughout the populace of the multiverse caused the valley to grow. This created Ravensburg Academy out of the old and abandoned castle that Victor Ravensburg once lived in to educate and train the monsters that would go out into the multiverse and create stories and fables, be the centers of them, and feed fear back into the valley to keep everything together. However, the age of that time is long since gone. Most people, most monstrous folk, go to Ravensburg Academy to get chemistry degrees, potion making certificates, botany degrees, maths degrees, maybe a physical education degree. While no means less important, there are less and less excursions into the outside world. The monstrous valley has become more insular. And it is here that we begin our story. At the tail end of a party, on the last day, well, the first day of break, Halloween break specifically, where most students have left the campus. However, some have lingered behind for various reasons, whether it was family, death, or neglect, a desire to just learn a little bit more in extracurriculars, or whatever reason. A few of these students have stayed behind. Four of them that we focus on are actually coming out of a party that has just ended. You all were the only ones of about five freshmen who were invited to this party run by a Hexblood named Urania Irontooth. She runs these sorts of parties at the ends of breaks and the beginnings of breaks where people can just relax and kick back and party. And she also runs something called a potion jam, where people just make potions, just throw ingredients together. Generally, it causes a few explosions. However, this year she lamented that there were not as many explosions as everyone was hoping for, and they only had to mend one wall. However, you all, whether drunk or not, have begun to file out of the party that has ended. Um, so if you all would like to introduce yourselves, as you all have kind of been thrown together, being the only freshmen at this party, if you would all like to introduce yourselves as you leave as a single group headed somewhere, perhaps the Toil and Trouble or bed, either one are good options.
Who starting?
You start.
Go on.
Okay. Uh my character's name is Sasha Valantros. He is a Dhampir sorcerer. Um he has like very golden blonde hair. Uh very like cream colored skin, red eyes naturally, and he comes from a very prestigious family of warlocks. So he is dressed in so like a very well-fitting I don't want to say corset, a
Doublet.
vest,
Doublet, vest.
doublet, yeah, uh, with the traditional poofy white shirt, um, as well as black pants and like over the knee strapped up leather boots. And yeah, that's him.
So since you are a Dhampir, during the party, the only other freshman that happened to be invited, once again, because he was also part of a prestigious family, is Hamilton von Bordenshire. He's kind of a little tiny, reedy sort of guy. Definitely kind of the nerd of the family, wears these thick, almost Coke bottle thick glasses. And he, as well as one of the other professors, Adela Carmichael, who teaches geometry for ritual casters, has kind of been bugging a lot of some of the freshmen, Dhampir and vampires, to join something called the Temperance Club. A lot of people have warned you to stay away from it because despite Adela Carmichael being young, she's a bit fanatic, and her Temperance Club is a very strange philosophy of vampires should not eat. They should only drink. It's a very bizarre kind of philosophy, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to you, and so you've probably stayed away from it. It also has a very bad reputation of a lot of the members, which are very few, being bullies. And so you've probably stayed away from it for that reason, but you have been handed a pamphlet by this annoying little guy. He's almost like her personal little goblin, weirdly. But yeah, at some point in the party, you've been handed this, and I'll let you decide whether you've thrown it out or whether you've just absentmindedly kept it on your person. Just whatever you want to do with it. So the next person in this group that's stumbling out of Urania Irontooth's party, who are you?
Leslie will go. Leslie, that's his only name. I mean, I guess he uses male pronouns. I guess he's a Scarecrow, so doesn't really apply. He's dopey sweetheart who's just starting at the school. The guy, his old man, what he refers to him as, he passed away. Used to guard the farm, and now he's staying over summer break at the school, like just kind of for something to do, to kind of watch the grounds. I guess he's used to scarecrowing, so Scarecrow's going Scarecrow. And so I guess Leslie would probably know, I guess, a little bit more about the grounds if he's like here to like watch them. So coming out of the party, he'd probably say something like, hey you guys, are you feeling okay? Is there somewhere you need to go?
So I will say during the party, you were approached. The rest of you might have seen this, but you were pulled away by a hobgoblin. He's a junior. He's kind of in there for like almost a sort of sports medicine degree. You've been speaking with him because you have, I guess, somewhat been interested in athletics and that sort of thing. And he's been giving you some enchanted straw to put in your sort of shirt that you're wearing to kind of buff out your body a little bit. And he comes up to you and he, of course, pulls you aside during the party. He's like, "Hey, I got you some special stuff this time." And he pulls out a sort of a nice big clump of hay, a nice big sort of bundle of hay that is ever so slightly golden. It also looks like it's been sprinkled with something that looks like somewhat like paprika, somewhat like ruby dust. Um, Stuff I got here. It's devil dust. It's like ground up imps and shit. It's supposed to make you real tough. So
Oh,
here you go.
okay. That's not. Oh, okay.
And so he gives you this bundle of straw. Um, and he kind of then just slinks off to somewhere else in the party, leaving you with this bundle of magic straw.
uh, super awkward exchange for Leslie. Like he's doing this because he wants to be better, but like he feels kind of grody about it, and also he's like maybe a little paranoid. Like, did anybody see? Like, oh, I hope not. You know.
All right, so who is next?
I'll go. I'll say you might like look behind you and you see my character with his nose buried in a book walking out the door. I definitely did not see whatever you just happened. But hi, like my name is like Dominic Druezenstein. I am like sort of like a constructed monster that's like dead body parts all put together. Like my dad's like really famous. You might have heard of him. And he's actually at like a big mad scientist conference right now, which is why I'm still here, because he's not home and I would just be home all alone again for like the third summer. So I'm just gonna stay here this time. And I have you see like a disembodied hand like crawls up on top of my shoulder, sort of like thing from Addams Family style. Um, and I just sort of absentmindedly pet it, and I close my book, which someone might have noticed is actually like a tome of like very advanced alchemy that I then glamour to look like because with my minor illusion, I'm gonna like glamour it to instead look like I don't know, some sort of pop culture thing with like Elvira or something on the cover, because I don't want to look like a nerd. Um, and I'll just run like, oh, hey guys, wait up, hey.
And I will say, this morning, before the party, delivered by Raven, is a letter from the dean of the school herself. She is a Triton wizard named Ismelda Thalassa. She has delivered you specifically the letter because you have shown great promise in a lot of your classes. A lot of your professors have kind of noticed that you're trying to be cool, you're trying to not look like a nerd, but it's very clear
Very
from
well dressed, very focused on my appearance.
yes, but the way that you've responded to test questions and projects and other things like that gives them a little bit of a suspicion that
Yeah.
you're trying to look cool, but you are smart.
I have higher than a 4.0.
Yeah, you try and like not show that off. And so out of concern, and knowing that there's a possibility that she could already call you valedictorian of the entire whatever graduating class this is of like I don't know, like 13, 12. Um Dates don't matter in this universe. They never have. She has sent you a personal letter. It actually has like the dean's wax seal on it that you crack open, and it is a letter that basically it's very long-winded. That basically is like, I hope that you take this time to apply yourself and to realize your true potential. And most students actually have to apply for their library cards, but she has given you one in the envelope. So it just falls out of the envelope. You have your own brand new library card, whereas everybody else has to actually go to the library and sign up for it themselves. You've received one from the dean. And so that letter was delivered to you this morning before the party. And last but not least, who do we have?
So pulling up the rear and just like doing his best not to make eye contact with certain other people is maybe that's a good idea. He kind of just croaks out briefly. You've got a short-ish looking Hexblood by the name of Emrys Wickerbog, who he's got like really kind of like almost like stringy, ratty looking black hair coming out from underneath a wide brimmed hat, but it doesn't have the classic point on it. His clothes are kind of just like this overly chunky cardigan that actually has a few tattered holes in it and may or may not be growing a mushroom off the shoulder at this point. I mean, who are we kidding? There's mushrooms growing off of his clothes. They are not super duper fancy looking or anything. He's got a bag slung over his shoulder. One of his more defining features, because he doesn't really try to make eye contact with people a lot, at least unless they're directly talking to him. He'll just kind of like look away, look around, just kind of be awkward and try not talking to people. Though he's got his particular charms, one could say. Physically, probably his most defining feature is his elder cross, which is a wreath that grows out of his head, and his is made entirely of, so like wrapping from the back to the front is just this. On some Hexbloods, it's a flower crown or a set of antlers. On Emrys, it's just a giant mass of Venus flytraps constantly opening and closing. And like as he speaks up a little bit, you just see a fly into one that immediately snaps shut. His moms are a trio of hags who split their time between Hexenhold and the Fetid Swamp. His birth mom was obviously a green hag because he's very green skinned. He's got a cute little button wart on the tip of his nose, and yeah, he's looking kind of just away and just to the side as he kind of responds to Leslie, who he just be like, I wait, where was it? I had a voice for a second there for him.
You did.
Yeah.
He's staying here for break because even though his moms like want him to come home, he volunteered for work study hours because he works for Rochelle, the botany teacher.
Mm-hmm.
He was one of the handful of freshmen who managed to get a work study job, and he works in the gardens, in the greenhouses. Because that's kind of his vibe. Yeah.
So speaking of that, since you did a little bit of your work study hours today before the party, you were actually approached by Rochelle von Donker, where she actually handed you a book, and she said, "I'm sorry to bother you, but perhaps you've been working so hard. You might need to take a break. So if you could do a favor for me, I found this book. It was under one of the tables. It looked like it'd been dropped out of a bag, but it's one of the library books. So if you could just really quick return it to the library, that would be nice. Also," and she has her thumb in the book. She opens it to a page showing it is a book called Ghosts of Legends. And the page that she opened it to, you notice, is a page called The Hound of the Moors. And it shows a very big, shadowy dog. But across the opposite page, there is a sort of brownish splatter of something. I think one of the student that checked this out got a little hungry, had maybe had a little bit of a midnight snack. I believe it's barbecue sauce by the smell. So you may want to warn our librarian and see if he could get that stain out. Would you be able to do that for me, please?
Sure thing, boss. That's yes, Professor. Totally fine.
Thank you. And she kind of trounces off, into the garden. So now we return to where you all are. You are leaving the party. You all are trying to figure out where to go. Typically, people go to the Toil and Trouble after parties because it's run by students. And so students are kind of in the know about when parties are happening. And so they're given a little bit of leeway to change the menu. And so oftentimes after really big parties, they serve really good drunk food. And you heard today is a special kind of everything in the kitchen sink style nachos. You can get anything on these apparently. Regular things like ground beef or chicken, cheese, avocado, guacamole, salsa, corn, things like that, or more unconventional things like crushed spiders and bat wings and roasted rat and other things like that. So that is certainly an option. Of course, you could always go home and just go straight to bed. It is probably 1 a.m. right now. So it is up to you what you would like to do.
Does anybody need help getting home?
Well, why do we go home? The night's so young. We could go to the toilet in trouble. It'd be so much fun, right? Right, guys?
Oh,
I could use a good bite. Oh, God, I can't believe I said that.
I get
You're
it.
so funny.
It's because
Is it okay if I
Oh.
come along?
Oh, I forgot you were back there. Yeah, the more the merrier, I think.
I guess I'll just make sure everybody gets there.
Come on, big guy. I'm gonna take you by the arm and like start marching you towards the toilet in trouble.
So the Toil and Trouble is it's not really a restaurant per se. It does serve it's kind of labeled a coffee shop or a coffee stand, but it's definitely not. It serves all kinds of things. Sandwiches, they've got great BLTs, they've got great sliders and burgers, they've of course got the nachos, um, burritos, club sandwiches, all kinds of things. They do serve pastries all day, so you could get a muffin or a croissant or other things like that. And they do serve coffee and tea and various juices and all kinds of things like that. But when you get there, you notice two of the regulars are working it. They usually work the night shift. One is a werewolf named Cheston Layloop. He is a sophomore. This is his first year working it, but he's very personable and very flirty. And you also have Agatha Cacklebranch. She is also a green hag hexblood. She is a senior, and she has a particular skill where she can actually make pots stir themselves. So it's very helpful on soup days to kind of, make sure all the pots are stirring. So she's a particularly valued worker there. And you see both of them are kind of working. She's definitely the one that's stirring all of the pots in the back and making sure that all like the queso and the salsa and things like that might need a little bit of heat or a little bit of stirring to keep from like filming over or other various liquids. We don't judge here. You all are monsters. Whereas Cheston is definitely the one that's sort of almost hanging out the window, kind of waiting for people to come up. It's a stand. The average person, the counter kind of comes up to here, so you're kind of looking up at them, and they, and there's only about 3 tables outside with about 2 to 3 chairs each that are practically on the street. But it's a quaint little place, and it's a favorite. So as you all kind of walk up, surprisingly, there's no line. But as you all walk up, Cheston kind of, hey, how's it going? How y'all doing?
We're doing pretty well. Just coming
Yeah.
from a little meeting.
Mm-hmm.
All
you
right, I
doing,
think
big
I know
guy?
what meeting. Oh, doing pretty good. I am assuming you are all here for the nachos.
You
That
guessed
and the
right.
stuff that comes on it.
Awesome. You all want everything, or?
Yeah, everything.
All right. It's going to be an interesting combo, but should be pretty good. And he goes to the back and he starts helping with Agatha, who kind of comes out front, and she goes, Okay, by everything you're okay with like the spiders, the mealworms.
Can we get extra eye of newts?
Oh yeah, that can definitely be arranged. And she goes back and they all just start slopping everything on it. It is definitely about this high off the little basket that they give you as they hand them out. All right, this one for you. This one for you. This one for you. I'll just need your meal cards.
So you
Sure.
put that in you.
Yep, and they just
Yeah. Do you not? I'm sorry. Do you not eat?
No,
Oh.
no.
Is
'Cause-
it that you can't eat, or is it that you're just incapable of being hungry?
Well, since I'm made of straw, I think if I ate spiders, that would probably be not good for my constitution.
But it
Well,
would
you
be so
bite the
interesting to
spiders
see.
when they're in your mouth, so they're dead when they hit your stomach.
That doesn't sound pleasant. I'll just watch.
Oh, okay.
I wonder what would happen if you drank.
I
think
guess it could get moldy in there, couldn't
probably
it?
Yeah, I think I'd just end up smelling pretty terrible.
Then again, straw and alcohol, I don't think would be a good combination, given.
Yeah. Well, perhaps it wouldn't mold due to the alcohol. I don't know. Yeast infection, perhaps? I don't know.
Oh no.
Well, I guess you can just watch us eat this giant plate of nachos.
I'll make sure everyone's safe.
Okay.
Oh.
well, that sounds like a plan. Have a good night, everyone. And he kind of waves and goes to the back and starts opening up like more bags of chips and kind of making sure that the salsa as he like starts chopping up some of the onions as Agatha continues like stirring all the pots. And the night is yours. The three of you at least have a very large plate of nachos with both normal and completely and utterly unnatural things. You all have at least 2 or 3 bat wings sticking out of these things.
I think if I was capable of nausea, I'd be feeling it right now.
It definitely
Trust
has an
me.
interesting smell.
It's so good. Oh my god.
It's like
Trust me,
mealworms
I've
crawl
had
out of your
worse.
Yeah.
face.
Trust me, Trust me, I've eaten worse things.
I pick up an eyeball, like a human one. I'm thinking about putting it like if it's prettier. I'm like trying to figure out if this eye is prettier than my
You
eyes,
know
and
what? Roll me a D100 and tell me
if
if
I
you
should
get a
trade it
10
out.
or lower.
Okay. Already know. I got a 90 something. So.
Oh yeah, okay. So
Yeah.
no, it actually has like a ruptured pupil where there's like 3 extra holes in the iris.
I
It's a little
frown a little bit and
bloodshot.
pop it in my mouth.
Yep, definitely a little squishier than other eyes you've had.
Speaking of interesting digestive systems, how does yours work? Do you have more than one stomach?
I did at one point, but then I started getting sort of a lot of like
Bloating?
stomach, like not bloating. What is it called when you're like, oh, like it's burning like in your stomach from when you eat too much, but like one of the stomachs was sort of like getting infected.
Acid
So my dad
reflux?
removed it. Yeah, acid reflux. That's what it is. Yeah, I was drinking a lot of acid, so it really blocked me up. So that one really just got torn to shreds. But my backup stomach is still fine. When I go home again, my dad will probably put another 1 or 2 stomachs in there.
So, do you need a stomach at all? It seems like it might be better to just go without one then.
Well, I am actually like kind of alive, like creating life and like lightning, cackling, all that good stuff. That's me. So I'm like 50%. Like I do need to eat.
And you have to trade those out every so often.
Because they are dead body parts, so there is some like degrading and like rotting that happens sometimes. But like, I take really good care of myself. I drink all my embalming fluids, so it's really in good shape down there most of the time.
Sometimes
there
if I
anything-
sleep for too long on my back, I get a moldy spot.
Mm.
There's nothing wrong with a little mold.
He's just picking up a chip and like a fly lands on it. And he eats it.
Continues eating. I
The
mean, it's
fly
not
was from
any
a
weirder
different
than
table of food.
the fly, interestingly, is the least gross thing that's on that chip right now.
Is there anything you can't eat?
Oh, me?
Yes. No, I'm talking to the mushroom guy.
Gotcha.
I mean, I miss my mom's cooking sometimes. They don't really have anything like it here, but I've uh I don't know if there's things I should or shouldn't eat. I'm not as dead as that.
He kind of just motions over towards oh god, Colton, what's your character's name again?
Dominic.
Dominic. He kind of motions over towards like,
I'm I think more alive than him. I don't
Mhm.
know.
Okay, so we got completely just basically an object. We got the guy who's basically a walking cadaver, the guy who is a walking mushroom, and then me, who is basically like, I would have to say 25% dead.
Right.
Interesting bunch we have here.
The levels of undeath are definitely fascinating. There's a few really interesting papers that are all really pretty, and I think we all look great.
like when you start that rant, you just like he's been trying to be like chill and cool about it, but like probably not like 50-ish feet away, shuffling around, are just 4 zombies that have followed us from the city. And like it doesn't take a rocket surgeon to figure out because they're all overgrown with mushrooms and plants. As he's like,
Oh, they followed me again.
Would you care to explain?
Who are your friends?
Are they your groupies?
My mom said if you have trouble making friends, you have to make friends. So I made friends with the leftovers from the biology lab.
Oh,
Oh no.
Oh,
They were dead when I found them.
Did you make pets?
yeah. So, they just follow you around then?
Like a lost puppy.
Well, I wouldn't call them pets. And my little hand walks up and crawls up on the table. This is Igor. I start like petting him a little bit. He's my pet. He's my emotional support animal, actually. I made him like a couple of years ago back in lab, but he's so cute, isn't he?
He's adorable.
All kinds of ideas are running through my head right now.
So do they just stand there like that? Or
Well, I told them to stay. I didn't want them to ruin the moment, so they're just over there while I have them.
He's gonna like whistle, and they're just gonna like shamble approach because they're just zombies. It's just zombies.
Yeah, they shamble up. Yeah, a lot of the zombies on campus are like they're intelligent enough to speak and to be able to learn and take tests and things like that. But there is definitely a sort of almost a completely different level of undeath that's going on with zombies like that are basically enchanted and only animated by magic, whereas the awakened ones are animated by something else.
I like you see like a very pointed look coming over Dominic's eyes, like, wow, the use of mycelium to propagate undead life is really such an interesting. I should really look. And mushrooms are so cool. Oh my god! Wow.
And Sasha just looks at you like, come on, dude.
all right. Have you what was in those nachos?
Everything.
Yeah.
One of you has a chip that has a slug on it that's slowly
Yeah.
sliding off, like a banana slug.
You should
Definitely
really
look-
dip it into this dip. I think is made of human hopes and dreams, and that's really yummy. The nightmare dip is also good.
They don't serve the heart of a hero pie here.
Mm.
I can't get it anywhere.
It's never like back home.
No.
So I look over to the hot werewolf,
Uh-huh.
and I'm like, could I get some 2 parts A negative, 1 part B positive, please?
Sure. And he goes over and he actually pulls aside a little screen that they have up. And there are actually tanks, like coffee urns, like of course Gothic style coffee urns with like little
Of course.
spouts and little metal plates, and he kind of turns them and lets out the blood that you want and gives it to you like in a to-go cup, and just kind of gives you maybe about a venti sort of
Venti.
drink of it. A venti of blood, and just gives it to you. All right, I'll just put that on the last meal swipe. That's fine.
Thank you. And I just start drinking it, looking at him.
Seems like
And
this sort of thing can get expensive.
Honestly, money isn't really something I have to worry about. I come. What's the best way I can say this? When you are essentially undead and you don't really age, you tend to collect a lot of things, and things get old, and then old things you can sell.
I collect things.
Or like what?
Well, I don't know. You probably think it's stupid. I can show
Come
you.
on. Yeah.
Please.
Well, it's by the baseball fields. I like to hang out
We're
there.
almost done here. I only gotta I just like like rip my mouth open a little wider and then like shove a bunch of the rest of the nachos in.
Oh,
things try and
why
crawl
didn't
out.
you see
Yeah.
that from the beginning? That was
Let's go.
Okay. I didn't.
I like start stitching my jaw back together.
I imagine it must take a lot of energy to keep you animated.
Oh yeah, you would not imagine the battery. I like go bang bang, and there's just like a clank metal sound like coming from my chest.
So yeah, I guess Leslie leads them to, let's call it like a groundskeeper's shed where he hangs out sometimes.
Yeah, kind of by the baseball fields. Baseball exists in this universe.
It
It
does
is
now.
angled. It is angled in such a way because it's right next to the equestrian track, so it's angled in such a way that like the batting cage and the place where that sort of thing is angled towards the equestrian, so that no stray baseballs hit a horse or something. I mean,
Right.
they're all like skeletal zombie horses or nightmares or things like
Knew
that.
it.
So it's not like they really hurt, but it might tick off some of the horses. But yeah, there's like a little groundskeeper shed that's kind of right next to the baseball fields.
Yeah, so I guess he'll just like quiet, like he's getting like shyer and shyer as like we get closer, like probably walking slower and slower, like I don't know. Maybe it's kind of dumb. Like maybe you guys don't even really want to. We should just do something else.
Oh, come on.
We're
Show
almost there.
us.
Okay. So he'll just, I guess, sort of begrudgingly like lead them into the shed, and we'll say he just kind of gestures like over to like a workbench or something. Well, there they are, and it's a collection of taxidermied birds. Like
oh my god, they're
various,
so cute.
yeah, like maybe half a dozen, like one like half in progress. Like you have a free time when you don't have to sleep, and I like
You did such a good job snapping their necks. Like, I can barely even tell.
yeah.
Are there any live birds in there?
Probably like I guess a few like on the roof, but like It-
Can I try to like whistle and get a bird to fly down?
Sure, give me an animal handling check.
All right, Druid.
I'm just imagining all the birds on top, planning their revenge.
So animal handling, what's that?
Uh-huh.
That's a 15.
Yeah, I'd say that's enough for a bird to fly down. It's a magpie, so it kind of has a little white coloration on its chest, and it's a little smaller than like a crow or a raven, but it flies down.
Yeah, there's like almost like this weird Disney princess moment where it lands on a finger as I'm whistling to it before I like turn and hold it out to you.
Thank you. I don't usually just snap their necks for fun. I mostly find them dead and break their necks to stuff them.
Can I try to nab it, like grab it?
Sure, give me an attack roll. Give me just an unarmed strike.
Okay. Do I use the D20?
Yep, that'll be D20 plus your strength
Okay.
and your proficiency because you're proficient in unarmed strikes. Everyone's proficient in punching.
So I'm trying to look at my strength, which is a 9.
Ooh. So I think at this point proficiency is +2,
3.
+3. So it'll be a +2 roll then. +2 to your D20 roll.
So I got a 5.
Oh, you lash out for it and the bird just flies away. It's too quick.
No, the bird didn't do anything.
And the rest of the birds off
Bye,
of the
birdie.
roof.
Oh, I wanted a snack.
Oh, fair enough. But we just left. Why didn't you? Never mind. Yeah. At any rate, these are my friends. I'm having like trying really hard not to do a Sweeney Todd. I'm sorry. I'm trying really hard not to do a Sweeney Todd.
They're beautiful.
Thanks. I worked really hard on them.
Yeah, it's almost, you can see the life in their eyes.
That's what I like about them. They watch all night, just like me.
When you say you watch all night, do you mean like in the field, I'm hoping?
Generally.
Generally.
I mean, sometimes I patrol the grounds.
Okay. Okay. That's good.
What did you think I meant?
No, nothing. Nothing at all.
What is it that you're doing at night that shouldn't be watched, sir?
Goes full cop.
It's not a matter of what I'm doing.
Oh, fair enough. I gather that he means who.
Oh, you
Oh yeah, I
sweet
think.
straw
Yeah.
child.
Yeah.
Like sex, right?
Oh, please.
No?
Yes, you sweet straw-brained idiot.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't watch that.
Okay, glad to know.
No, just birds mostly, and make sure the grounds stay safe. That's all.
By the way, I then turn to my to our little Franken buddy, and I'm like, by the way, if I see any disembodied eyes, I am crushing it.
Oh, okay. I would probably eat them, but
I'm
Unless
way too old for this.
pop into your head.
well, if they're like pretty, maybe, but usually they're kind of damaged or have some maggots in them, and that just won't work. And I need some optic nerves still hanging out, so there's some logistics that don't really work out usually.
Screw being in a school. I'm in a convent.
When my straw falls out, I can just stuff more in.
Oh, so how does that enchantment process work then? Because it just gets like incorporated into your body? Where are your runes? Do you have any like sigils? Cards are like pouring over your body. I'm like, oh, you're so muscular. Wow.
Thanks. Yeah. I've been collecting straw for a while.
That's awesome.
I wonder what would be the end result of this.
He just holds up a stuffed bird.
Oh, it's so pretty.
Just bird.
Bird.
Bird is the word.
Yeah. So, well, what else do you guys want to do?
I pull out the pamphlet that I was handed.
Oh, yep.
And I start reading it while you guys are just talking because I've basically checked out.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy pants. You read it and it's like, yeah, no. It's talking about like elder vampires and like the glory of vampirism and all of this other stuff and like the magic of blood, and it's like no, this is weird and obsessive and culty and it's not good. So yeah, it's definitely like ugh.
That said, when it does mention elder vampires, it does like bring back the memory of his maker.
Yeah.
Which makes a pang go through his half-dead heart.
I've got a book I need to return to the library still.
Oh, thank the gods.
Are they? Wait. Why do you have a book out this late? Shouldn't that have been turned in before break?
Oh, I meant to drop it off, but I had to get ready for the party after my hours were done, and I kind of just put it in my bag.
He pulls out the book and he's like, someone got barbecue sauce on it. Same.
Yep, so you all see the illustration of the gigantic shadowy wolf aside from the big splatter of barbecue sauce.
Can I roll to see if I know what the contents of this book are?
Sure. Make me, I guess, a history check. You're probably good at these.
I have advantage on all intelligence checks.
Oh, fun.
And that is a 26.
Oh yeah, so this is probably a book that you read a while back. It's a sort of record of various ghosts, specifically spirit adjacent sort of things that have become legends that like feed the valley. So it's stuff like really old like ghosts like the headless horseman or Lady Red Death, a sort of ghost that spreads disease. The Hound of the Moors, a sort of dark beast that goes and like attacks people.
And the cover is of the Hound of the Moors?
No, the cover is just fancy sort of in calligraphy with some like memento mori and flowers growing, like things like that. There's other ghosts in there as well, but it's specifically like a compendium of the ghosts that have become legends in various other realms of the multiverse, kind of recording them as like a history of the valley.
Cool.
So yeah.
Oh, have you read about the Hound of the Moors yet? It's a really fascinating tale.
Why don't you tell me?
Oh God.
I'm assuming you all are heading towards the library at
Yeah.
this point.
Yes.
like, mind you, like, uh, they don't talk to each other in front of people usually, so I'm a little taken aback.
Yeah, me and you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what they put in those drinks at the party. Like,
So, oh, I actually kind of forget. But you should read it. I think probably it's probably really cool.
probably.
Yeah. Look, there's a library.
Yeah,
Like,
as you all come up to the library, it is like a separate sort of outbuilding. It's unknown what this building was built for, because it was repurposed for a library very early on, but it wasn't always a library. It does appear that since it is around 3 in the morning, the lights are out completely. It only has the book drop-off section opened, which is just like a slot next to the door, with a metal plate that basically above it in beautiful calligraphy basically says drop books here after hours.
I'm just gonna, out of my pack, pull out a pen and ink and a small sheaf of paper and write, um, apologies, it wasn't found in greenhouse number 3. Not sure who did this. And drop it, like put it in the book where the stain is, and kind of just slide it into the book drop off.
All right. That sounds good. At this point, as you sort of slide the book into the book drop off, a very familiar figure approaches. I'm just checking the name. Yep. It's Professor Volkov. He teaches sort of the physical education classes, specifically like hunting and tracking, but also he's been running on break this obstacle course, this early morning kind of boot camp obstacle course. He's a werewolf, um, sort of a big, older, sort of muscular guy with salt and pepper hair. And he comes up and he's like, "Hey, did you go to the party?"
Yes, we did.
All
Oh,
right. I have a few questions you need to answer.
All right.
Okay.
sure, Professor. What's going on?
We had attack on school grounds,
Oh,
An
and
attack?
yes, student had arm ripped off. Good thing it was
Wow.
like you. And he points to
Oh,
Dominic.
okay. We're fine, everybody.
Was like you, but she said it was big dog.
oh.
Have you seen a big dog on campus?
You mean besides you?
Ha ha.
Yeah, no other big dogs.
No.
No, Professor. We haven't seen any big dog.
Well, I will get Keenan Von Elk on that. Um, have
Well,
you seen anything strange also?
no. Do you know anything else? How can we help?
Just keep eye out. Uh, we believe it
Who
is still on campus.
who was attacked?
She goes by Patches.
Patches.
Of course she does.
Do us
If you,
Frankensteins all know each other?
I'm gonna say no. However,
No.
all of you, I guess the best one would be just a straight intelligence check. The
Hell
DC
yeah,
is
baby.
lowered. If anyone
Oh.
thinks that they might know this person.
Mm,
One second. I gotta go back to my
Yeah.
Ashtamata.
8.
I got a 15.
9.
Ooh.
Intelligence.
Yeah.
I got a 10 plus 2. I always forget, is what's like the difference between the plus 2 and the 14 at the bottom?
So the +2 is the bonus that you add to the roll. The 14 is the score itself. The scores are very rarely used.
Okay.
Yeah. So it looks like you got a 12. So I would say Sasha and Dominic, you would both know who Patches is. She is a track star. She's a junior. She runs pretty well. She also occasionally does javelin throwing. She is actually Urania Irontooth's girlfriend.
Oh.
Oh, she's gonna be happy about this.
Who is?
Irania Irontooth.
Oh, what, did they know each other?
Oh, right, they're together.
Yes.
Like sex.
Yes, my
Mm-hmm.
dear.
Oh.
Well, maybe we
Either
don't know
way.
their relationship, but
Either way, Urania is at clinic. So they were walking together when they were attacked. Dog ran off in the night. We do not know where it went.
Well, we have to get everybody back inside. It's not safe.
We are getting some of the professors to send people back indoors. So unless you want to spend the night at clinic, you should go back home.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
Thank you, Professor.
And he walks off, obviously trying to find more students. You actually see him kind of sniffing the air a little bit, which is probably how he found you all, seeing as how you all ate very fragrant nachos full of all kinds of things with very interesting smells that a hound could latch onto. So yeah, I'm assuming you all are heading home.
Yeah, come on. You heard the professor.
Oh, but I want to spend the time. I want to spend my time in the library.
It's closed.
It literally is closed. There's a chain on the door.
If only I could walk the walls.
well,
Oh.
maybe we should check on Patches.
You want to spend the night in the clinic?
I guess by one way or another.
Fine, we can go to Patches.
All right. Patches it is.
How about you, Mushroom?
He's just making the same sound as zombie.
I'm just imagining
that sounds
Tina
like a
from
growl
Bob's
of
Burgers.
affirmation.
Growl of affirmation. Sounds like a book in the library. Growls of affirmations. Positivity for zombies.
By the way,
Very fascinating read.
Are the zombies still following him?
Yeah, the zombies they're around us still.
Well,
Occasionally I'll walk over and I'll just spritz one with a spray bottle of water.
Of course.
beautiful. So
All right.
to the clinic then.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you all head off to the clinic. And it is once again this was a building that was built specifically to be a clinic. It has a lovely sort of Victorian tower. It's very, it has a little bit of Gothic, but it's a little more Victorian. The windows glow blue from within as this building is open 24 hours a day. And you head into the sort of harsh overhead lighting of this sort of it's almost like lit like a creepy asylum with like very little specific spotlights over the beds. And there's a few students that are kind of milling around getting some medication, possibly for like headaches or other things, but there is one bed that is occupied. You do see the very large Patches. She has the sides of her head shaved and her purple hair kind of pulled into a ponytail. She does still not have an arm, but there's no blood because of course not very much blood runs in you all. Her arm is actually on a side table and it appears that there is a nurse there. It seems she is a skeleton a skeleton nurse who is using her like little bony hands to pick gravel out of Patch's arm, as she apparently sustained a really, really bad, like almost road burn on her arm. She does have bandages around her midsection, as it's clear that she's probably been bit or something right about there. And you do see Urania holding her girlfriend's hand. Urania looks an absolute mess, but Patches is like, "Oh, baby, I'm fine. These things just sew right back on." "I know, but I couldn't do anything." "What were you going to do? It was a giant dog. Calm down. You're fine. I'm fine. We're together. We're alive. That's what matters." As you all kind of go up and she looks over. "Oh, you were the freshman that Urania invited to the party. Look, there's some friends." And she kind of looks up. She's still a mess.
Hey.
Thank God you're okay.
Yeah, well, you know, when you're
Most.
strong as I am, sometimes it's pretty easy to fend off attackers. But
I know,
your
that's
arm
good.
got ripped
I'm just-
off.
If your arm is too damaged, I could lend you my spare. It's a lefty though, so you would have like a backwards hand for like a week until you could get a better one.
I mean, I've dealt with worse before. I mean, I don't know if it would fit. And she kind
It'd
of
probably be a little
turns.
smaller, but you know, you make do sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. We'll see if the nurses will clear it.
Well, what?
While they're talking, I'm just like hunching over and like I'm just gonna like look and be like,
Can I?
No.
Can I? Just a
N-
look.
No, you cannot.
Can you what?
Whatever it is you're thinking about doing.
he's motioning at like the bandaged wound. He wants to see what's underneath.
Oh, sure. And she pulls up the bandages almost like she's just pulling up a shirt. And the nurse whips around and slaps her hand. "No, put that back." And she's, "Oh, fine." And she lowers the shirt. I will say she had it up long enough for you to notice it is a very large, very obviously a very large dog bite.
I was gonna
On her
say, can I
side.
make like a medicine check? Or something
Medicine
to,
check would involve you actually like touching and inspecting the wound.
okay.
I mean, if you'd like to make a perception check, you certainly can.
Oh, okay. This is fine.
Do I think there'd be anything to gain from like doing Arcana or something on it?
Probably not.
Cool.
How's a 28?
28 for perception.
Holy
Cool.
It's
God.
I have
Perceptive
expertise in
boy.
it.
Oh, yeah. So it definitely has a very big mouth. It was like you didn't even see the front teeth. You just saw the side teeth. The front teeth probably got her right in the sternum. But I'm going to say you noticed as she puts her sort of bandages back down, her hand brushes across one of the tooth marks, and falling out of it is some tiny little fleck of something that kind of floats down to the floor.
I'm just gonna try to like grab it once it falls.
Yep, you got it and you feel it. One side of it is kind of waxy, the other side is kind of papery, and it's a sort of tan color.
Is this part of you?
No, no, not at all. I don't know what that is.
I'm just sniffing it, trying to figure out what. Can I figure? How do we figure out what this is?
I'll let you do a nature check.
I'm not horrible at them.
Well, you're a druid.
Yeah.
I'd hope you wouldn't be horrible at it.
I mean, intelligence isn't my forte, but I did take proficiency, so that's a 16.
Yeah. Your acute sense of smell, because you have to smell the differences between different plants in the botany wing, and some of these plants are very similar to each other and smell very similar, but one's poisonous and one's perfectly fine. You there is notes of something underneath the blood, something that kind of smells a little bit like a little tomatoey, a little bit like brown sugar, a little bit mustardy, maybe like some sort of barbecue sauce.
I come up, I like just silently walk up behind him and just put my face like right next to his, looking at the thing, and I say, "What you got there, Mushroom Boy?"
Jump.
You just watch as like several fly traps snap shut as he's just like, ugh. It smells like barbecue sauce. I think it's paper. I don't know. He just licks it.
Definitely a lot of blood on that paper, or something that could be blood. But you do get the ever so slight hint of a nice, lovely bourbon barbecue sauce.
Apparently, they wanted barbecue sauce on the arm that they tried to eat.
I look towards
Are they seasoning her?
I look towards what's his the the straw guy. No, wait.
Leslie?
No, not Leslie. Wasn't it the mushroom
Dominic?
kid who had the book?
Yes.
Yes.
And I say, let me see your book.
We just put it away.
Oh, right. Shoot.
Do you think, I mean, what are the odds that barbecue sauce, lots of people eat barbecue sauce.
Yes, but a piece of a book missing
I
with
guess not a
residue
lot
of
of people
barbecue
eat
sauce.
books.
How?
And then a bite wound with a piece of paper with barbecue sauce.
Right.
And
Does that bite, the book had like a bite taken out of it, right?
Nope, it was just a book. Someone just spilled barbecue sauce on it.
Oh, okay.
but the book was
Not many people put barbecue sauce on books.
That is a good train of thought to go down.
I'm wondering, who checked out the book before you?
I didn't check it out. It was just left in one of the greenhouses, and I had to turn it in for a little bit of work study for what's it, Von Donker? Was it Von Donker?
Von Donker, yep.
Von Donker.
It's literally the Dutch word for darkness. As a person
Yeah.
who's studying Dutch.
Von Donker she found it and had me turn it in for my work study hours.
Well,
What?
I mean, the odds of it being related aren't high, but might as well look into it. Could, I don't know, go to the library and see who checked it out, right?
Except that we're locked in now?
When has that ever stopped people from doing things?
Professor said we're not supposed to go outside.
What Professor doesn't know won't hurt him.
Oh.
He's kind of just Emrys is just like thinking to himself as he's like, what should they do? What should we do?
And then I look towards sorry, I'm horrible with names. Frank the guy.
Dominic.
Dominic. And I'm like, what about you? What about you, big cool guy? Wanna break some rules?
Yeah. Come on. Let's go to the library.
I don't think I'm comfortable with this.
Oh, come on. It'll be fine. You've got me and Dominic looking after you. Plus, you got that new straw bicep. I'm sure you could take on anything.
It's not me I'm worried about. It's foolish actions like this that got what's-her-name's arm ripped off.
And she's fine.
Well, I suppose I'll go along at least just to make sure nobody else's arm gets ripped off.
Well, let's keep an eye out together, okay?
Sounds good.
Perfect.
You watch me, I watch you.
Of course. And just as I say that, I start walking without looking at them.
All right. Well, since you
meanwhile,
all,
it's like not blinking, like his just pumpkin holes are just right into the back of your head.
all right. So I'm going to need everybody to give me a stealth check as you try and kind of make it out of here and over to the library.
Yay!
My library card isn't special in any way. Like I can't get
No,
in
it's
after
just a regular.
hours.
No, because they actually chain the door shut. Silas actually chains the door shut after hours. It does open at like 7 in the morning.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say that it's probably around 4 in the morning, maybe 4:30. So you've got a bit of time before it opens, or you could literally just wait till it opens.
Well, we'd still have to be breaking the rules to check who checked it out, wouldn't we? They wouldn't just tell us that.
If we want someone to tell us, we could ask someone else.
What do you mean?
We found it in one of the greenhouses.
Oh, the plant. Can you talk to plants?
Can't you?
No,
No.
honey.
I talk to the birds sometimes.
Oh, birds
Do
talk
are
they
to
talk
the-
back?
No.
I
can
talked to the
teach you how to
dead.
talk back to birds, maybe? Can you do magic?
Mm-mm.
Oh, then that probably won't work.
No, but I'm pretty strong.
I will say you remember your sickles allow you to communicate simple ideas to ravens and have them be able to communicate simple ideas back, but that's not the same thing of speaking a language.
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't think Leslie would be able to communicate the nuances of that. So
I just wanted to remind you in case
Yeah.
something came up, and you can cast animal friendship from your sides at will on ravens.
right.
So just in
Well-
case that comes in handy later.
I guess it's less against the rules to go to the greenhouse. Could try that first.
I've got permission
Um,
to go there.
Oh, also 14.
14
Oh.
on stealth?
Oh.
Okay.
Yes.
My
Yeah,
stealth
we're doing
Also
stealth
got
checks.
14.
Damn it.
Awesome.
5.
23.
Damn.
Somehow-
I rolled a 19.
Oh my goodness. So Emrys just completely and utterly almost disappears into the night, darting from shadow to shadow. The rest of you, you're kind of doing like almost like the Scooby-Doo sneak where you're like kind of doing like a this motion. And you, Sasha, managed to hit every loose cobblestone on the way there, tripping and causing it to clatter across the cobblestones. But let me make a roll.
I like
for-
whisper to the scarecrow, like, I thought vampires were supposed to be like elegant and graceful.
Right.
Somehow, no one catches you. Seems that there's all the way to the greenhouse. There's no one around you. And
It's
they
a
don't-
Halloween miracle.
Apparently. And yeah, I'm going to say you do actually have a key to get into the greenhouse. However, it's only the greenhouse that you're working in at the moment. But also, luckily, the book was found in that greenhouse. So you have a key to greenhouse 3. This greenhouse has quite a few carnivorous plants in there, as well as some plants that actually can move on their own. But they are plants, and you have the key to this greenhouse.
So, just mind where your feet fall, and if one of them starts singing at you, don't sing back.
What happens if you sing back?
Audrey tries to eat you. It's their MO.
Who would ever sing
Okay.
back?
Sometimes that's the only way we can get them to eat, though. So
Yeah, Audrey can be very picky. She prefers dentists.
I cannot.
Anyway, so yeah, you don't even need to make a check. You open the padlock and kind of push it open. It's a very long greenhouse. It has 2 stories on it with planter boxes in rows, as well as work tables along the top with a few spiral staircases that go up to it. Um, at this point, there are some misters that are going off and sort of sprinkling the plants. You do, as you walk in, the floor is kind of wet, and you do kind of hear the creaking of wood and the rustling of leaves as you see some of the plants begin to shift. One in particular that's very obvious is sort of a few like 5 or 6 topiary bushes that actually change shape. They do it over the course of like a minute, but they change shape. They particularly like animal forms, but you have seen them make objects before. You haven't figured out if it's random or if it's they're trying to communicate or something like that. You've never quite figured it out. But currently, for some odd reason, all of them are in the shape of elephants.
Okay.
Okay.
The rest of the plants are very, very viney, and the vines are kind of piled up on top of each other across the tables. The vines, some of them spill across the floor. You do see some very large Venus fly traps that are slowly opening and closing, waiting for very large flies to be put in. But other than that, the greenhouse is completely silent.
So does anyone want to tell me what we're looking for?
Just
I
need
thought we were going to ask the plants what they saw.
that's the game plan.
Oh, right. I forgot.
So how big is the greenhouse overall?
Probably say it's about 120 feet long and 40 feet wide.
I just need to check a spell real quick.
Is it speak with plants?
It might be speak with plants.
It might
Or it
be,
could
who
be
knows?
fireball.
Or it could be fireball. If Rarick was here, it would be fireball.
Yes. Start
Okay.
talking or I'll do it again.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so we kind of we just need to figure out which section of the greenhouse it got dropped in, and then we ask where it was.
Uh-huh.
So how do we find that out?
Right.
Barbecue sauce? I don't know.
I feel like you just keep saying barbecue sauce.
It's the only thing we have to go on right now.
I wonder, would any of the plants be attracted to the smell of barbecue sauce?
Mm-hmm.
So, do any of the plants in the greenhouse already? Can any of them already speak?
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
Audrey vocalizes and sounds like singing. Like she can match tunes, but she hasn't gotten to a point where she could speak.
Okay.
Right, okay.
So it was the end of my work study hours that she brought the book over, that she found in this greenhouse. Can I try to figure out, like, is there an obvious book-shaped indentation on the ground somewhere?
There is not going to be. She mentioned it was underneath one of the tables.
Okay, that narrows
So
it
there's
down.
some tables in the back and there's some tables up top. I will also say, because you are thinking back to this moment, you were around the middle of the greenhouse and she came from the back of the greenhouse. So it was either a table that was upstairs because the spiral staircases are at the back, or at the back where a lot of the plants are on tables because they're tiny pots, or the back workbenches.
Okay. Let's go to the back. It's probably in the back. It's in the back, right? The back.
The back where?
Oh, follow me. He's at this point he's kind of just gone non-verbal as he like stalks forward. He's like throwing like tiny. He when we got into the greenhouse, he picked up a bag, and you kind of just see him throwing tiny cut up pieces of meat at different plants. Just feeding. A little bit of extra feeding will kill him. Yeah. I'd like to try to figure out like the most likely spot that she found the book in somehow.
I mean, you can make me another. You can make me a perception check or an investigation check, and I'd say this is a check that anybody can make.
Can I just start
I'll
lifting?
do an investigation.
Oh, yeah, help action. Can I
I was
just
gonna say,
lift tables up? Like,
if
Sure.
it matters, my passive perception's a 20 as it is. So.
Oh Jesus.
Expertise.
Who doesn't exist in this universe.
right. Every time.
Mine is what's 18 plus 6?
24.
24.
Thank you.
Woo, wait,
Nice.
who are you giving the help action to?
I already have advantage, so it doesn't need to be me.
All right, then it'll be you.
Because if you gave me the help action, I got a nat 20.
There you go.
Okay.
We're
So
all just
I'm
very
gonna-
perceptive.
All four of you kind of searching through everywhere as Leslie is lifting tables with everything still on it. The four of you all converge on conveniently the last table, and underneath of it there is a pile, there is dirt on the floor that has been kicked around, obviously, but there is a sort of right angle in the dirt, as well as a sort of curved swipe mark where it looks like somebody may have dragged something through, presumably picking it up, as well as dirt pushed away from it, as it would do if something landed and then the dirt sort of got pushed away. And it's just right there in the dirt.
Looks like something square ran away.
I think this is it.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So once we figure that out, how many plants are nearby?
There's a lot of them.
So I'm just gonna I'm just gonna kneel in the dirt. Get it all up in that shit. Also, I'm barefoot all the time. I forgot to establish that earlier, but he doesn't wear shoes. Who needs them? So he's just kind of like kneeling in the dirt, and he just draws a circle in the dirt around himself as he's like muttering under his breath, and he's gonna cast Speak with Plants.
Surprise.
I know, and it's probably it gets creepy because why not? It's magic. So yeah, Speak with Plants, por favor.
Yep. You have Speak with Plants up. What would you like to ask?
So plants within 30 feet of me gain limited sentience and animation. So they all just start moving as I'm casting this spell.
I mean, most of these plants already move, so it's not that much of a noticeable difference.
Mhm.
But there's certainly some extra motion that begins happening.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be like,
hello everyone. How are you doing tonight? I'm looking for someone who was here earlier. Could you tell me about them?
Many people with lots of food.
Was one of them had a book with a brown sauce on it, perhaps?
Brown sauce for what? They did not give us food.
I'm gonna pull out like the little scrap of whatever it is that has the blood and barbecue on it, and he goes,
something like this.
I can minor illusion a little copy of the book.
There you go.
perfect.
But they gain a little bit of sight, don't they?
Yeah, they follow my simple commands. I can question them about the past day, about information, creatures, other circumstances. I can also now make it difficult terrain or turn difficult terrain into normal terrain. And depending on your discretion, they can do other tasks, except they can't uproot and move themselves.
All right, we've got a question.
Go.
So with my character's age comes a lot of boredom, and as a result, he spent a lot of time doing art and charcoal drawings and paintings and whatnot. So if the plant could describe the appearance of the person, he could draw the face, sort of like at a police station.
Like a okay.
You'd have to use hang on, Emrys as a messenger, but
So yeah, I'm gonna ask the plants with the minor illusion copy of the book.
Can you tell us, tell me who had this book in here earlier today?
They kind of rustle and move, the vines weaving around. And you hear they wore a hood pulled down over their face, dragged across the floor.
Well,
So it
that
was
doesn't
a
help.
hooded figure that had it pulled down over their face and their clothes dragged across the floor. Was there anything else distinct about them?
could be anybody.
I know 10 people that dress like that.
I dressed like that 2 nights ago.
Right.
We have never seen them before. They simply dropped the book from their bag and left.
Did they drop anything else?
No, only book.
Could you describe the bag?
Left
Black?
plain.
Sorry,
Speak,
you're
what was
breaking up.
that? Speak up.
Plain brown.
A plain brown bag.
Was it a single strap, or did it have 2 straps?
Single.
Single
Sing-
strap.
And did it have any unique, like any writing or an emblem on it or anything like that?
No.
So just a single brown satchel.
A hooded figure with a single brown satchel who's not, it was not normal for them. They didn't recognize them, so there must not be a student here. Did they take anything with them when they dropped the
No.
book?
They just left the book.
Oh,
It doesn't seem like your plant friends are very helpful.
yes,
Don't
I
find
think
the reactions I'm getting here.
Aren't you a plant friend?
Technically, I'm made of dead plants. So in a way, I guess I'm kind of like Frankenstein's monster, only but vegan.
Vegan.
I thought that they could have some description, but they, I don't. I'm sorry.
Oh God.
You're
Well,
fine.
that's a lot.
Oh, oh well.
It's
Well,
okay.
Can we go home now? Like, still kind of just wandering the property, not having any idea what's going on or what's out there.
I was really hoping this would bring to light some things.
Well, we can still try the library.
We were just there.
Well,
Hey,
we're gonna have to break the rules to figure out who checked out the book anyways. Might as well go when it's closed.
plus we've already broken the rules, so what's the point of worrying about
You guys are making my pumpkin thump.
it? All right. So, shall we go
Yes.
to the library?
Fine.
To the library.
I'll bring up the rear.
Yep, so you all managed to make it over to the library. And yeah, it is still chained shut, as it's probably maybe around like 5:30, I would say, maybe.
I have a question.
Mhm.
Are there any windows?
There are plenty of windows.
Perfect. I am going to walk on the walls up to them.
All right, do you have spider climb?
Yes, I do. Dhampir has a natural spider climb ability.
Right, they do.
Sweet.
So yeah, I mean there are windows on the ground floor.
Oh, there are.
Well, I mean, unless you want to go up just fully
Yes,
to
because
the
the thing
second
is,
floor.
yeah, because the thing is, like, I don't know about you guys, but if I live in a first ground apartment, I lock the windows as opposed to being on the second floor where I don't even bother.
Fair enough.
All right. All right, so
All
you're
right, so
checking for
for an unlocked window.
I'm
We
gonna make a roll.
need him on the track team.
Yeah, I'm gonna say these windows are all unlocked, but they are very heavy. So if you could give me a strength check.
Oh, great. My
Jump spot.
actions, abilities, saves, and senses. There we go. Strength. Give me a break here. Three minus one, so 2.
Oh,
Oof. Yeah, you struggle with these windows. They just don't want to open at all.
1 second. Uh, um,
you having some trouble up there?
quite you. Let's see. I let's see. Strength 14. Hit DC. Because I have Gust. Let's see. Bloom, sharp person, darkness, lightning bolt. Ooh, I would like to use Fireball.
Fireball.
Oh,
Fireball?
No,
Jesus.
never mind. Not,
I was,
I'll
I mean,
use-
unless you want to
explode
Oh,
the
wait,
You're just
I'll-
trying to break the window? Just punch it.
I'll use what about Firebolt?
That's probably
Okay.
better.
Sure, take aim, fire at the window. Let's see what happens.
Okay, let's see. Firebolt is 2d10.
You'll have to roll to hit.
Roll to hit. So the two, that's 20. Is this the 2d10?
Nope. No,
That's
that's a D12. You're gonna have to roll to hit. So D20 plus your magic
yeah.
attack roll. So that'll be on your spell page. And if you hit the window, then you'll roll 2d10. The 2d10 look like this.
Oh, that thing.
Mhm.
Okay.
The UFOs.
Let's see. Spells. So Firebolt is it just says hit DC plus 6 and then 2d10.
So you'll roll your d20, add 6, and then if you hit the window, you'll then roll the 2d10.
Okay.
Are you using D&D Beyond?
Oh, 13 and then so it's plus 6, so 19.
All right, 19 hits the window. You can roll 2d10. I mean, they're stationary targets, so they're not that hard to hit, but the little bit of precision to hit the lock.
Right. It's an 80.
Wow.
That would be an 8. I think you're rolling the D100 part of the D100.
No, that would be an 18. Because it'd be a 10 and an 8. You can't roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're a
Okay.
bit weird. Yeah. Yeah, so 18 damage. You manage to blast the lock off of the window. You do take some glass with it. But it doesn't seem to be an alarmed building. So the window kind of like just the windows are open outward. So as you blast it, they do kind of come out a little bit. So you can just kind of pull them open.
What in the name of all that is unholy are you doing? You're going to get us caught.
I'm entering the building, you straw-brained idiot.
I can see that. We're well past that.
Yeah, I do have to say, I do now have a few concerns. I thought we were going to sort of sneak in, but we are destroying a school property. But if you're cool with that, then I'm cool with that.
I mean, he's already up there now.
And how are we supposed to sneak in when the doors are chained?
I mean,
Well,
probably could have broken, but
How are we
Okay.
all?
nobody asked.
aren't you like up a couple stories?
We're
This is the
shouting
second floor.
very loudly.
I can't get up there.
So can I walk in?
Yeah, you hop in. It's definitely the library. The second floor is thinner, with a very large hole in the center of it where the chandeliers kind of hang to light the first floor. There are quite a few bookshelves around here, but the help desk that all that checkout information would be in is definitely on the first floor. So you would need to take the stairs down to the first floor.
Is there a lost and found?
I'd say there is a lost and found.
right.
But it wouldn't have the information that you're looking for. You're looking specifically for like the librarian's Rolodexes, so that they can find who checked out what book.
Is there
Well, what I was planning on doing is I was planning on like seeing if there were a bunch of sweaters in there that I could tie together to create a rope.
Sure. It's kind of by the librarian's desk. If you go downstairs, there's like a bin by the librarian's desk. And
I'm gonna send Igor up there. Igor's gonna climb up the wall.
I'm
And
gonna
he
say
can
there's only
give-
like 5 sweaters in there, so it's not really enough to make a rope to pull up people, but there are sweaters in there.
All right, and are there curtains?
Yes, there are curtains.
Okay. How hard would it be to take down those curtains?
Fashion.
Is this lock like a padlock, like on the outside?
It's just like a
or is it-
padlock. It's a
okay.
padlock through the chains.
Can we like pick that or something? I mean, not that I'm encouraging doing this.
Okay, can we try a combo move here? I want to try to like get some like acids or poisons or things and do like Arcana to try to like weaken the strength of the lock and then maybe have Scarecrow Man break it.
Do you have like an alchemist kit on you?
Let me check. I do.
All right, give me an Arcana check to mix up like an acid to weaken the.
And I'm proficient in alchemist tools.
Can I give him the help?
I got a
action?
natural 20.
All right. So you mix up something and you add a little bit of like water to it to kind of neutralize it a little bit. And you make this thing. It smells pretty acidic. So, yeah.
Everyone
pretty-
stand back a little bit. Like,
Yeah.
and just
Yeah,
like a
you-
little skull and crossbones, like smoke rises up from it.
That does happen. But because of that natural 20, when you drop the acid into the lock, it's like a what's that metal that you put in fire and it like disappears in like a flash. There's like it's like phosphorus, I think, something.
Yeah, phosphorus.
It's like that. There's a bright flash of light, and as you all stop being blinded as your vision clears. You do see the puff of smoke that makes a skull and crossbones before clearing. The lock is completely destroyed. With that natural 20, you made way too strong of an acid.
Cool.
I just want a quick like cartoon moment of like the two, like the smell going up to the pumpkin head and just
Yeah. I'd like to think I sent my familiar up there and I like saw through its vision. Like, oh, he's destroying the curtains. Okay, let me look up this real quick.
Not the curtain.
Not the curtains. They're velvet.
the drapery.
So is he like doing anything with me?
Like busted the lock open on the front door, so I guess we're just...
you're pulling out
these
sweaters and like trying to pull down the curtains. There's a flash, the like lightning flash through the glass of the front door.
Oh my god.
And then you hear the chain being whipped through the door handle before presumably the door bursts open to Dominic, just like looking for you. And the rest of the party following behind.
And I look down and I'm like, what took you guys so long?
You know, honestly, we were just enjoying the entertainment. So what's everybody's plans for after we get expelled?
Well, you'll probably be turned into hay for cows.
Oh, well, that's hateful.
I think
that is a hate crime.
Yeah,
I think that
we took some
qualifies as a
like
hate
tolerance like workshops a little while ago. I think that might have been like a microaggression.
Bro, talking about dismemberment.
Is it really dismemberment if you have no members?
Okay, no, that was below the belt.
I mean, if you want a member below the belt, we could work
All right.
on something.
Well, Dominic is very familiar with the library. Would I know probably where they keep their records of check-ins and check-outs?
Yeah, so Silas keeps like a Rolodex on his desk. It holds about 3 months of information. Then he removes it all and puts it in a file. It's probably a good idea to check that Rolodex first in case it was a very recent checkout. But if it has been out for a while, like at least 3 months, then it would be in the back where the rest of the files are kept.
Yeah, I'll like run over to the little front desk, I'm guessing, and I'll sit in the chair like, Igor, could you get the light? And like the little hands like runs over, like pulls a little lamp.
Yeah, it's like a beautiful like gothic Tiffany lamp with like bats around it and like crimson red glass bits in it. And yep, it comes on.
Do I need a roll to look through the Rolodex, or can I just look at it?
You know what? Just make me an investigation check, because it's a Rolodex, so the dates they're in order, but you don't know where it starts.
All right, that's a 21.
All right, so you kind of scroll through it a little bit, you find some dates, you run it back, and you find the card for about 3 days ago. There was actually 2 books that were checked out by this person. The Ghosts of Legends and Summoning Ghosts. They were both checked out by a Dorcas Nightshade.
Huh.
Little on the nose.
Yeah. Looks like Dorcas Nightshade checked it out. And also a tome on how to summon spirits, which could she have summoned the Hound of the Moor?
What I would like to know is, why would she summon it?
That's a very good question. Do I know Dorcas? Do any of us know Dorcas?
You can all make history checks if you think you might know her.
1 sec.
Yeah.
22.
I got a 9.
History, which sorry, it's been a long time since I've done this.
Oh, you're fine.
9, 5. So I got a 14.
Okay. So yeah, anyone that got like a 13 or higher, she is also a freshman. She is trying to get into like, she's kind of a horse girl. She wants to get into like veterinary care, and that kind of stuff. And she is a Hexblood. She is a night hag Hexblood. But yeah, she's kind of a horse girl.
Okay, but nothing about her gives "I'm evil and want to summon ghosts to kill people" vibes.
What did you get,
I got a
Dominic?
22.
I will say, you've only seen her in passing, kind of rushing through the halls because she definitely wants to get her classes done so that she can go. And she also managed to get a work study with Keenan Van Elk, the sort of beast master over in the Beast Sanctuary. She does have a single strap brown bag.
Yeah, I'd like to think Dominic, like, he's not very wise or insightful, but he keeps track of people because he wants to impress everyone. So he makes a mental note of everybody on campus. And I'm like, thinking back on it, Dorcas does have a single strap leather pouch. She fits perfectly.
That must mean she was the one who was in the greenhouse.
Yeah. Good
And if
job,
she's into-
Leslie.
And if she's
Did we
into
find out who
animals,
checked out the book?
Does she like barbecue sauce?
I don't know if my knowledge of Dorcas runs that deep, but
I'm gonna say no.
Right. All about the barbecue sauce.
Mm-hmm.
and if anything, her being an animal lover would mean that it would make sense that she wouldn't be interested in feeding the plants.
Oh.
Well, it seems like we should probably have a conversation with Dorcas.
Do you think she knows who checked out the book?
I do, Leslie. I do think she knows.
Okay.
I look at his head and I wonder to myself, are
Just
there any more
empty.
Yeah,
You can see
I
the
just
back
wonder,
of it.
are there any more intelligent plants that he could use?
What, then the pumpkin that I have for a head?
Yeah, like an eggplant. That way it could be an egghead.
I don't know. Maybe we could throw some eggs in there and see what happens. I've never taken my top off in front of anybody before.
Well, I know Dorcas does spend a lot of time around the equestrian center and the beast sanctuary, but it is also quite late at night.
And we also have the
she's probably not at the beast sanctuary.
right, because we also have the not the quarantine, but the lockdown.
Right.
Which means we have to break into the girls' dormitory.
That sounds like a lot more fun than you make it. Than I know it's going to be.
Yeah.
This coming from the what's the word I'm looking for?
Sexless vegetable?
I was gonna say celibate monk.
Fair enough. So what? We're breaking into yet another building?
I will say there are no dormitories per se. It's a student village, so you get assigned a house with a few housemates. It's just a huge student village. You get like a 3-story Victorian sort of townhouse. It is on several squares, so she could be anywhere amongst hundreds of houses.
Question. I have that thing where I'm able to send out like thousands of bats, right?
That does not work. That is something else. It does not do messaging. It does not do searching. It just attacks things. It attacks a single target within 15 feet of you.
Damn it.
Yeah, sorry, you can't use the bats for that. Your bats aren't that powerful.
So we could try to find her in the village or try to find her at the what is it? What's it called?
The Beast Sanctuary.
The Beast Sanctuary.
Or we could just report this whole thing to Professor Volkov?
Volkov, yes.
Professor Volkov and be done with it.
Right.
Well,
let's tell him how we disregarded orders and broke into a library and investigated a possible almost murder.
Right. And not to mention, the only real evidence we have right now is barbecue sauce. So we're still kind of working on a hunch at the moment.
Well, you all seem to think it was pretty convincing evidence.
Yeah, but
I don't know if you need to roll an insight check that Dominic just really didn't want to go home and be bored. Like, that's why he's here.
I think that's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I will say at this point it's probably 6 in the morning. It's still dark outside, but it's 6 in the morning. A lot of buildings begin to open up at around 7 a.m. Including the Beast Sanctuary.
We want to camp it out and see if we can catch her when she comes in for her work study.
sure, let's go to my dorm.
For what?
To wait out the hour.
Oh, I was gonna say we can go there, but okay, if you wanna hang out, sure.
I'm just one. It's just we don't
That's
really
cool.
want
We
to
can like watch a
push them.
movie or some. I don't know. It'd be really fun.
Well, everything is shut down, right? Everything's on lockdown.
Don't
Well,
Yeah.
for now,
At some point.
there's no indication that the buildings aren't going to open. It was more of a clear the streets kind of
Oh,
thing.
okay.
I may have not given enough information on that. That's my fault. But yeah, it was more of a clear the streets, stay in your buildings until school opens, because spirits have a tendency to come out at night specifically, and while the day is not bright enough to do a lot, because vampires can still walk around in the day and things like that, it is definitely bright enough that there is a high possibility that ghosts and spirits don't want to come out. And a lot of animals don't really like to come out during the day. So it was kind of figured it would be safer to just keep everyone indoors. And then when the sun rises, everyone can come out and go to class and they'll continue their investigations. So yeah, in about an hour, the Beast Sanctuary is going to open.
Okay.
So
Okay.
where are you all
Where are
camping
we
out?
I mean, I guess we could just find a little spot to hang out in front of the bee sanctuary, right?
Sure. I mean, we're
Well,
already all in massive trouble, so why the hell not, right?
sure. Why not?
All right. So you all camp out for the hour. And as the hour comes to a close, it's probably about 7:05 at this point. You do see, dressed in kind of a black sort of half cape with a very tall collar. He has kind of a very closely trimmed beard and mustache, as well as some swept back hair. Dressed in a lot of like equestrian gear is Keenan von Elk. He's actually walking a big black dog, and walking beside him is, you would recognize her, of course, knowing who she is, and also seeing the leather bag, is Dorcas Nightshade. I would like everybody to make me a perception check as the two of them walk up. Okay.
It's a 7.
It's a 16.
I got a 14.
So, Sasha and Emrys, you both notice along the sort of flap of her bag, there's stitching, a sort of pink and purple alternating stitching. And as she stops, the bag slides in front of her, and you all see at this point, but you two catch it first. The top flap of her bag actually has a lot of cross stitching on it. She has, for some odd reason, cross stitched through leather.
Right.
It is a horse in a field it is a nightmare, so it does have like flaming hair, but it's like flaming pink hair. And like sort of thorny flowers and that kind of stuff. This is not a plain leather bag. The plants obviously would have recognized this amount of customization to her bag. It is leather and it is single strap. But there's way too much stitching on there for it to be just a plain leather bag.
Is that the lady what did the thing?
Yeah,
No.
but her bag is a lot more Lisa Frank than I remembered.
Who's Lisa?
Unrelated, a witch.
Right. Right.
Known for her
But-
rainbows.
Yeah.
She was known for the spell prismatic spray.
God
we
damn
should
it.
talk to her.
Oh, okay. Hi.
Oh, we're just.
Oh, hi. I'm sorry. Were you all waiting for something? This is Keenan von Elk.
I like your bag.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. I did it myself.
It's
Oh, really?
Oh.
really
What time? When did you do that?
Oh, about 6 months ago. It took a whole month to do.
Well, that's very beautiful.
Thank you.
amazing work. I'm super jealous of your stitching. My hands don't work quite that well.
Well, you'd be surprised. I actually have quite a resting tremor in my hands, and she holds it up, and one of her hands is actually shaking. But you wouldn't believe that actually, like, sitting down and focusing on needle point or something like that actually helps.
Fascinating. Well, bye.
Oh, okay.
Dorcas, I was hoping you could show us around or something.
What
We've never
did
been to
you-
the Beast Sanctuary really, so we're on break, and we don't have a lot to do. So.
Oh yeah, sorry. Dominic, I'm Leslie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I'm Sasha.
Can I insight check the vibe between these two?
Sure.
How does a 23?
So are you wanting to know about like the relationship between the professor and student, or like what
Yeah.
what are you trying to? Okay. Obviously he knows her quite well. The two of them have been working together for a while on this work study. She got it probably at like the very, very beginning of the year. She might have even applied for it like the summer before she went to college, just from, the sort of all of that. But it seems that the two of them know each other pretty well, and they're pretty friendly with one another.
Did we?
Are we
Um,
getting
Second,
shown
can you show us around?
Oh, yeah. Where would you want to see? I usually work around the equestrian track, of course.
Oh, sure. I've really never been around horses, so sure. That sounds good.
Yeah. All right. Well, come on. I guess I can show you if you all don't have anything to do. If
Mhm.
that's all right with you. Yep, that's fine. I'm going to feed the rest of the hounds. We are still looking for that dog. So yeah, just make sure they don't knock anything over, of course, and don't spook the horses. But other than that,
Can we see if we insight anything when he talks about that dog?
sure, you can roll an insight check.
We're hoping our insight boy will do it because I have a +0. So I still got a
Ooh.
14, but
I got a 6. No, I got a 7 on that.
Ooh.
oh my god.
I
Yeah.
got a 17.
I rolled really, really low.
Did she react to the dog at all? No?
He seems to
Okay.
be truthful that he's just gonna feed the dogs, and they're probably gonna take them out on a search at some point today. see if they can uncover anything. But everything seems normal.
All right. Well, I guess we'll start walking to the equestrian center.
Yep. So she leads you over to the equestrian center. The barn is rather large. This is a very large complex because horses take up a lot of space. And so she takes you into the barn. Well, I do a little bit of cleaning up in here before we, take the horses out. Other people do the mucking. I generally do the cleaning of the horses, especially because I'm very good with cleaning zombified flesh. So, some of them here, it's sad. Some of them don't really have names, but I've tried calling them things, but they don't always respond. Then again, they are kind of zombies. But yeah, is there anything specific you want to know, or like?
Oh, actually, I didn't want to. Not while I'm here, just crossed my mind. I wanted to check out this book that was about like legendary ghosts and spirits. And when I went to go, it was actually checked out, and the librarian said you had it. So I was wondering if you were ever going to turn that back in.
I didn't check out any books. I've actually lost my library card about a week ago, and I've been trying to find it. I didn't want to have to pay the 2 silver to get a new one, to replace it. So I've been trying to
Oh,
find it, but I haven't found it. So
well, that's a shame. Do you know where you? How do we end up losing all these things? Or where do you think you dropped it?
I don't know. I tried checking like around the Toil and Trouble. I tried checking like all of my classrooms. Of course, I'm always here, so I can comb this place a lot, but I haven't found it. It's just gone.
Might
Oh,
insight
well.
check her while she's talking.
Yes, yes,
Do
you
it.
certainly can.
Okay, that's better. That's a dirty 20.
She seems entirely truthful.
Okay.
Leslie just out loud, probably like, wait, so she doesn't know who checked out the book then?
Wait, did someone use my library card? Why would you do that? You can
I
just
don't
get
know.
one.
It's really, yeah.
Your first one is free.
Oh, yeah, that's weird.
Like, I know it takes time to apply for it, but like,
Definitely.
you
We
can
can go
get it
talk
for
to the
free.
librarian and we can tell him and let him know that someone else has your card, so maybe they can cancel it or something.
Okay, yeah, that would actually be really good. I can actually, if you have a piece of paper, I can. I mean, I signed the paper, so if I put like a signature and maybe write like a little note to
Oh
say that,
yeah,
like,
totally.
because if you're gonna do this for me, then yeah. And so I'm assuming you rustle up
Yeah, I
like a
have some
piece of paper and
paper
a
or something.
quill, and she writes a little note of like, my library card has been used. It wasn't me. I've lost it. Would I be able to get a replacement? It was clearly stolen, and she signs it. Um, and sort of and hands it over. That would be so wonderful. I'm gonna get to cleaning. The library should be open. Maybe Silas knows who
Sure.
did it.
Yeah, thank you for the tour. I'll have to come back sometimes. Horses are like so cool.
I know, right?
Is that it?
Yes, Leslie, that's it.
Oh, okay.
Thank you
And
for
she's
the
already
tour.
skipping off
Yeah.
and kind of humming a little bit because she's very excited to work with
Yeah.
horses.
She skips off. She really is just a horse girl.
Did we figure out who did it?
Seemed like the root of all evil to me.
Horses?
Horse girls.
That makes more sense.
I mean, I'm just look into the soulless eyes of one. I'm just motioning to one of the horses.
One of the
like,
horses just
soulless
its head just
eyes.
lolls
Even
over
living
and
horses have
stares.
horrible, horrible eyes.
And then I just look at the empty voids that are
Yeah, this one actually is just straight up missing its eyes. It is eyeless. Just it has no eyes. It just turns sadly
I
over
go,
and just stares.
I minor illusion it's my eyes.
it's just googly eyes.
I don't know
right.
if that's better or worse. Okay, to the library again, I guess.
If we have to go back to the library one more goddamn time.
And it
Well,
would be
this time we
funny.
can just walk in the doors.
Right, because it's open. What are we doing at the library?
I guess asking if they know who has Dorcas's library card.
Oh.
We could say that Dorcas wanted us to look into her missing library card because she was busy
At her work study.
with her horses,
Well,
which
horses.
I'm sure the academics are aware that she's obsessed with.
Right. Okay, fine. We'll go to the library.
Hey, you could use some reading.
The paper, I don't like the way it feels.
I look up and down at your massive arms like, I don't think you need to read.
Of course. So yeah, you make your way over to the library and in. And yeah, Silas is there. He's kind of he's a little reedy. His hair is kind of slicked back, and it's actually slicked back into almost like 2 points behind his head. Weirdly. He's pretty old. He definitely moves at a slower pace, and you watch as he's, putting sweaters back in to the bin next to his desk. It's very obvious he has just come in. He probably hasn't noticed the broken window since it's on the second floor. But yeah, as you all open the door, and he just, oh, hello. Seems some pranksters made a bit of a mess in here.
Yeah, so weird, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So how can I help you?
So our friend Dorcas, well, she wrote this note. She's really busy at her work study right now, so she couldn't come in. There's like a horse emergency or something. I don't know. So we're here to deliver this because someone stole her library card and they've been like checking out books for her.
Yeah.
Like in her name.
And he takes I'm presuming you're handing over the note.
Yeah, a little note.
And he takes the note and he goes, well, that is her signature. And he kind of takes out a magnifying glass and kind of flicks it, and it shimmers and glows, and you recognize this is like a detect magic spell that comes on as he kind of scans it. Nope, this is the real deal, it seems. Let me see. And he kind of goes through the Rolodex and pulls out the card. It seems that whoever took her card checked out Ghosts of Legends and Ghost Summoning. Weird. I did notice that the Ghosts of Legends has been returned. I did notice there was a note on there about barbecue sauce. It's unfortunate. Children these days need to learn to respect books a little more. And he puts the card back. Well, I will make sure that a library card gets to her. And I will make sure that if anybody else comes in and uses her card, that they get flagged.
Oh,
Thank you.
And he actually takes out, he pulls out a tray from the desk, from a drawer. It has multiple stamps on it. 2 of them are pretty big. One of them looks like it has a bunch of gears on it, and he pulls one from the back and stamps the card. And you notice it is literally a red flag. He stamps it and puts it back. All right, well, if there's anything else that I can help you with.
You wouldn't happen to remember who used her card to check out that book, would you?
If memory serves, I don't remember anyone who didn't look like her check them out. She checked out quite a lot of books about horses, so I knew her face pretty well. I haven't seen anyone other than her use her library card.
Even for those books, the ghost ones?
Oh, she did do
Even
it?
for the ghost ones. I thought it was a bit strange when she checked them out, but I thought it was maybe for a class.
Well, I thank you. Have a good day.
You have a good day too. Now I have to buy a new padlock. And he goes and
Bye.
shuffles off.
Bye.
Speaking
So
some
she checked out the book, but she
form
didn't check out
changer
the
or
thing?
illusion that made someone look like they were Dorcas?
Like,
You mean this morning?
No, when they checked out the book, I think.
You mean like
Someone pretended to be her.
To
I'm
check
just gonna like what John Cena in front of my face a few times, and I'm gonna cast disguise self to look like Dorcas.
Oh, okay.
Like that.
magic
Why would somebody want to do that?
so that they wouldn't get caught using her card.
Yeah, but it's just a book.
Well, I kind of think I'm not really sure where to go next with this.
What
So
time
as
is it?
you it's probably about maybe like I would say 8:30, getting close to 9. But I'm gonna say at this point, almost theatrically, as you say, I don't know what to do at this point, you see someone booking across campus. As they get closer to you, you don't quite recognize who they are. Um, but it's sort of a werewolf girl, probably track and field, given that she's kind of dressed in a track uniform. And she just, as she passes, she looks at you and she just yells, "They found a dead body!" and just keeps booking down the road.
I'm running.
Oh, that's
Are you running away from or towards the dead body?
Following,
Towards!
following her.
Yeah, so you run down, and it's in one of the squares. You see there are a few students gathered looking up, um, as Keenan von Elk is holding back a dog that's barking up a tree. Draped over a branch, you recognize the uniform. Well, not really uniform, but you recognize the clothing of this completely bloodied corpse. This is Hamilton von Mordenshire, draped over it like he's been thrown into the tree, just completely bitten to bits. His limbs are surprisingly all on his body, but he has been mangled really badly.
Who's Hamilton again?
He was the reedy little nerd that gave Sasha the pamphlet on the Temperance Club.
oh. Oh.
Oh. And then I pull out the pamphlet and just in like the most like just I don't want to say stressed out, but more like I'm seriously just like dreading this. I'm like, we're gonna have to check out this next, and I give the pamphlet to Frankenstein over here.
That does make 2 victims who were related to the Temperance Club.
It was only one.
But the girlfriend was the girlfriend of the
Nope.
leader of the Temperance Club.
Nope.
It was
No?
It's a
her girlfriend was the
vampire
Hound who threw the party.
Yeah.
Urania Irontooth was the Hexblood that threw the party. Patches is the track star. You're thinking of Adela Carmichael, the professor of geometry for ritual casters.
Gotcha.
Is there anything or anyone else other than like the students gathering to see the body? Is there anything or anyone else around the tree?
Is there a hooded figure with a plain brown bag?
No, there is not. There is not.
Are there any signs or anything?
Birds.
Are there any birds?
Yeah, there's a few crows starting to sort of flap around.
Ravens?
Crows, ravens, yeah. You can do it on crows and ravens.
Oh, cool. All right. Well then,
It's any corvid that isn't a blue jay. Because
fair
blue jays
enough.
are corvids. Surprise,
That's
surprise.
extremely specific, but okay.
Well, blue jays are corvids,
right.
but
No,
they're like the odd ones out, which is hilarious.
So
Or like the rainbow child.
the sickle
Yes.
of corvid taming. Huh? What are you? No, not right now. Thank you. What was I doing? Oh yeah, birds. Can I like command
Birds.
some birds to ask them questions or something?
Sure, I say there's probably a crow or two in range of your animal friendship.
Okay. So I guess I'll just like chitter with them for a few minutes. Do you guys know what happened here?
They kind of sort of caw and croak back to you that it was a big dog and it ran off into the woods.
Okay.
They didn't want to follow it. It didn't have any shinies.
Did you see which way?
And they kind of all look in one particular direction. It's just off into the woods.
Okay.
Not in like a specific, like, I know what's down there direction. Which really in the woods would only be the lake and the lake house. But they're not looking at the lake house or towards the lake house. They're just kind of looking off into the woods.
Fair enough. Okay. Fly away now. Like
and they do fly away.
Yeah. So some of those birds, they saw the dog attack and they said it ran off that away.
We could try to track it.
Are any of you good with tracking?
I don't really
Actually, yes.
Kind of.
I'm a blood hunter, baby.
Oh.
Speaking of, I'm being what I am. I could also track the smell of fresh blood.
Oh, true.
Oh yeah.
Well then track away.
I
So that'll
have
be survival
advantage
checks.
on checks to track Fae, Fiends, and Undead. And to gain information about them on intelligence checks. So,
All right. So yeah, you would get advantage. I won't say why, but you will get advantage on that survival check. It's one of those.
Okay. So are we doing separate checks? Are we doing a group check?
Help action with the birds or something.
Sure, I'll say
Alright.
that's enough for a help action for someone who wants to track, who doesn't already have advantage.
I got an 18.
So, which one would be
Survival.
tracking?
Survival would be
Survival.
tracking.
Survival, yeah.
There we go.
Also, as we run along, I'm going to activate my Blood Maledict. Just because it lasts until
Ooh.
a short rest anyways.
True.
Why does this keep happening? I rolled a 2 plus 3, so 5.
Oh.
You take the advantage because I rolled and I got a 21 on my first.
Okay, yep, so roll again, and if it's higher, you'll take that one instead.
Lord,
Because
help
I get
me,
plus
please.
8 to survival checks just because I'm a fucking druid.
Nice.
It was a 2.
Okay, so not much better.
Switch D20s. Switch.
Yeah, just use a new one.
I only have the 1.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Dice roller app.
Oh yeah, you can just
Google.
roll d20s in Google.
Oh, 1 second. Can I do that?
Yeah, literally Google roll a D20.
Yep, it's quite handy.
Um, 7.
Plus your survival. Do you have any survival?
I do, plus 3.
So 10.
So 10.
So 10.
I mean, it helped, but not by much. It's mostly the other 3 at the front, kind of charging. Weirdly, you all just charge off into the woods.
I want to make it clear that I'm still just going along to make sure nobody dies.
Yep, so you charge off into the woods. And as you're running along this sort of running path, that it interestingly took a path, but then it veers off into the woods, and you all run through kind of thorns prickling at you as you kind of descend down a hill into a clearing. It seems the scent stops here.
Spooky. Why did we stop?
And it's pretty quiet around.
Trail goes cold here. Can I roll investigation to see if it went into a burrow or how did it disappear? Like,
yeah, you can roll an investigation.
Okay, that I can do.
Oh, well,
19.
I've got up too. I'm just gonna hide my shame.
Yeah. So it is a ghost. The Hound of the Moors is a ghost. It's a spirit. So it can just disappear. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's gone from this location. It just means that it's gone from perception. And as you realize that, kind of looking around on the ground, you look up to meet blue flaming eyes as forming from the shadows is a huge dog.
Oh, shit.
And I'm going to need everybody to roll initiative.
Okay.
Roll initiative.
Yep.
Sir.
I did really good.
I really think that happens. You're about on the 20, and then it's like, no.
Oh, it tips over.
Eight.
Oh, the
I got an
worst.
8. I got an 8.
I got a
8 for
10.
Emrys.
I got 21.
21 for Dominic.
Wait, is there like
You add your dexterity bonus. So
dexterity
it would be your
bonus.
D20 plus your dex.
Depending on your some subclasses will add a little something to it, but if you're a sorcerer, I don't think any of them do.
Right.
Yeah, it's a 0.
Okay, so whatever your D20
bonus.
roll was.
It's a 10.
So Sasha got a 10. And Leslie, what did you get?
Oh.
4. This thing. Well, it goes earlier. Oh, okay. So Dominic, you're up next, and then you're up, and then it is the Hound next.
Cool.
So it's right in front of you, and you go straight into adrenaline mode. What would you like to do?
Well, the first thing I will do is enter my blade song.
Of course.
And then I'ma just cast Booming Blade.
Ooh. So remind me of what that does. Will I get out my calculator?
So I make a weapon attack. It deals the regular weapon attack damage. And then if it moves before the start of my next turn, it takes an additional 1d8 thunder damage.
All right. So make your attack roll.
And I would like to be, I'm using a pike, so I get 10 feet away, and I stab it.
So you're moving 10 feet away from it? You're moving back from it?
Oh, am I right next to it?
Yeah,
You were right in front of it. You were right up on it.
Yeah.
All right. It's gonna bite you.
Cool.
Or try
my
to,
armor
at
class
least.
is 19.
Ooh, I don't think it's gonna hit. Nope, that is only a 16. You move out of the way just good enough. You
Blade
might
song's
even
a hella
throw
good,
up your
baby.
you might even throw up your pike
Yeah.
as it latches on and backs up. All right, so make your attack.
All right. That's gonna be unnatural 20 to hit.
Unnatural. Okay. Yep, that hits. You smack it right between the eyes with your pike.
All right. So that is gonna be. Actually, I told you wrong. Booming Blade adds. So I roll regular pike damage first. I'll do that. There's a lot of math that happens in this.
Yep.
So regular
You made a
pike
very
damage
math-heavy
is,
build.
yeah, that's 9 piercing damage.
All right.
And then I add my Blood Maledict, which is, I believe, a D4 of lightning damage.
Yes.
So that is an additional 2 lightning damages, like my little battery in my chest goes charges electricity into my pike. And then I add an additional D8 of thunder damage from Booming Blade, which is 8. And now if it moves, it takes 2d8 thunder damage.
All right. So it is now the Hound's turn. And its eyes flare as it lets out a horrible howl that chills you all to the bone. And I'm going to need everybody to make a wisdom saving throw.
Nope. Yes, 19.
You pass.
I
I have disadvantage on wisdom saves
got
How?
a 10.
because I'm a mutagenic Bloodhunter, and my
So 10 fails. You used your save, right? Not
I
just
fail.
the
let
Well,
me see what mine is.
I did the I rolled and then I added my wisdom.
Are you
like-
proficient with wisdom saves? Check your
I-
saves.
Saves. Where do I do that?
So it's right next to the scores at the top. So the scores and then the top, it's right above proficiencies. It's right above skills.
Okay.
So it's saves, then skills.
My proficiency bonus is +3.
Are you proficient in wisdom saves though?
Yes.
Okay, so you would add the proficiency bonus on top of the wisdom bonus. So whatever the number that is, you add that to it, not the 3.
Oh,
Because it's a wisdom save.
so I'm confused because I have the proficiency bonus which says +3, and then I have the wisdom which says +3.
So you would add +6.
Okay.
So your save is
so
+6
7
for
6.
wisdom.
Yeah.
So 6 + 7. I'm horrible at math.
14.
Yeah, 14.
14 passes. Who else got what?
I got a 22.
22 passes. And Leslie?
Oh, I got a 19.
Oh. So Dominic, you're the only one that failed?
I got a 4.
Oof. All right. So I got to roll 3d10. Fun. So that's going to be... It's going to be 22 points of psychic damage.
Oof.
And you are frightened of this creature.
Cool.
And that is actually going to be the end of its turn.
Does that mean that I can't use my Rod of Retribution pike to damage it if I'm frightened?
I don't think there's any restriction on that.
Cool, and it needs to make a DC 13 dexterity saving throw.
Well, it rolled a 16.
Well,
So it
it's
gets a
fine.
19. So as you, out of fright, blast lightning from your body, it crackles and hits a tree as it just continues staring at you, beginning to almost paw the earth.
Can I also get since it started its turn within so many feet of me? Or no, never mind, that's 10 feet. Yeah.
Also, I
never
think you
mind.
needed to have activated it, which is that just automatic? Is that just always on?
No, so the halo is always on.
The halo is always on.
The halo is always on. It's the other parts that I need to activate.
Ah, okay. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, you are not within 10 feet of this thing. You all are kind of spread throughout the sort of meadow. So that is the Hound. So Sasha, you're up with Emrys on deck.
So I have an idea. Can I remember his name? The Frankenstein character. Dominic, thank you. Dominic's lightning attack caused like the tree to combust and fire, right?
I'm gonna roll a D100. Let's see if that. No, it did not. It just blasted a few branches off.
Fair enough.
Damn it. Okay.
I'm assuming you had something like control flames that you wanted to
Yes.
try.
Yes. I have an idea. So I have darkness.
Uh-huh.
So and I can cause it to cling to an object or a creature. I believe. Being warned will carry the dark. An object you are holding on, one that is being worn to carry the darkness enemies. Object. Does the creature have like anything, like any
Nope.
object?
It is just it just appears to be a dog made out of shadows.
Right.
It does not have any objects on it.
This is so annoying. Sorry. Can I try to charm it?
You certainly can. You have like what charm? What
Charm person?
charm person will not work on this thing.
For
It's not a
Christ's sake.
person. You would need, I think, charm monster.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. Where is it in relation to us?
I'm gonna say, were you checking the sort of edges of the grove, or were you checking like the middle of it? Where were you? Where do you think you would be?
I would be with the group. You know.
Okay, so I'm gonna say you're probably about 40 feet away from this thing.
Okay, I'm gonna do Agonizer's Scorcher to create a line of fire between us and it.
All right, you certainly can. And remind me what that spell does.
A line of roaring flame 30 feet long and 5 feet wide emanates from you in a direction you choose. Each creature in the line must make a dexterity saving throw. A creature takes 3d8 fire damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one.
Yep.
Okay, so it sounds like it you fire it from your body, so you would need to move to kind of put it in between Dominic and the dog.
beast.
You would have to move and then fire it between them. I'm gonna say you can get to an angle where you can do that. You'd have to move maybe 15 feet in kind of an arc to get to that point, and then you can blast between them, or you can just blast straight through it and try and get it to back up if you wanted to.
I'll do that.
It is only a 30-foot range, though, so you'd still have to move forward.
You would have to move closer to it. You'd have to move 10 feet closer to it, but you could, I would say you could probably use 15 feet of your movement to get to a point where you could do that successful blast.
Okay.
So it needs to make a what saving throw?
A dexterity saving throw, I believe.
It got a 17.
It got a 17.
Uh-huh.
And what is that in relation to?
So you're looking for your spell save DC. It should be at the top spell sheet somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. Sorry, I'm so slow with this.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
So spell attack or spell save DC is 14.
So it beat it, so it would take half damage. So roll the damage. How much damage is it?
3d8.
3d8. That's this one, right? The regular dice.
No, that's the diamond.
Yeah.
Oh, the diamond. Okay. It's 5.
All right. You need to roll 2 more. So 5 plus
2 plus 1.
So it only take 4 points of damage because it successfully made the save.
Right.
Does the spell say that the fire remains in that line, or is it just blasting it in a line and then the flames go out?
That
it remains.
it does not.
Oh, it doesn't?
No.
Okay.
All right. So you have damaged it, which is a good thing.
Right.
Do you have anything else that you would like to do with your turn? A bonus action? You still have 15 feet of no, actually you have more. You have 20 feet of movement because you have 35 feet of movement because you're Dhampir. So do you have a bonus action you want to do? Remember, you can only cast cantrips if you try and cast a spell again. Because you can only cast one leveled spell per turn, not including reactions.
So as soon as I was done with that move, the flames just instantly disappeared, right?
Correct. Yeah, it's just a single shot attack. Yeah.
I also have prestidigitation.
Does that take a bonus action, or do you have quicken spell?
Well, it's a cantrip.
But the casting time is an action, I think, for
Casting time is
prestidigitation.
one action.
Right.
You used your action to cast Agonizar's Scorcher. So if you have quicken spell, you can use some of your sorcery points to quicken it.
I'm not sure what that is.
So you should have some sorcery points and some meta magic abilities that came with your sorcerer subclass.
So I have 4 spell slots for first level, 3 for second, and 2 for third.
That's not those. Do you have any check for meta magic? I'm not sure where it would put it on like D&D Beyond.
It'd be under features and traits if you have it on, if you're using Beyond.
Because you would get some meta magic options of like things you could do with your spells. So if you had quicken spell, you could quicken a prestidigitation if you wanted to cast it.
Font of meta magic. You gain the ability to twist spells to suit your needs. Heightened spells. When you cast a spell that forces a creature to make a saving throw, you can spend 3 sorcery points to give one target of the spell disadvantage on its first saving throw made against the spell, which I'm guessing I can't do now that you already rolled for it.
Right. Yeah. I'm going to say yeah.
Distance spell. When you cast a spell that has a range of 5 feet or greater, you can spend 1 sorcery point to double the range.
Yep.
I
think you should have 1 more at 5th level.
Sorry, my back is killing me. Ancestral Legacy, Deathless Nature, Spider Climb.
So you only have those 2.
Yeah. Unless
I guess
spells that are BA, then you are probably done except for movement.
Yeah, I guess I'm done.
So you have 20 feet of movement if you want to move back away from it. Since you got closer to it, if you want to move away from it, you can use your 20 feet to do that. I will say it already used its... Okay, so yep, you move 20 feet back. Next up is Emrys with Leslie on deck.
I think I'm gonna use my action to, well, so I feel like when we were running, I pulled out my shield, so that's because I got a little buttony shield that's just a giant mushroom cap.
Okay. Okay.
And yeah, that's my shield because aesthetics.
They are important.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna use my action to go symbiotic entity mode.
All right.
So it's a transformation sequence, baby.
Magical girl.
Get ready.
It's just a cloud of spores covers me completely for a moment before I emerge, like hair slicked back, giant gill frills of funguses and lichens, and it's giving poison ivy. It's giving not like spooky, gross little goth swamp kid anymore. And so we're gonna do that. And we're gonna approach, and when I get I do have a bonus action spell. I'm gonna cast Healing Word on Dominic.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna heal Dominic with a Healing Word. Let me see. Unfortunately, I don't think my zombies are here yet because they only have a movement speed of 20 feet. So they're still
No.
shambling and shuffling along the path behind us. Because we didn't
Yes.
wait. 1d4 plus my spell casting. Oh, hey, Max, you get 9 hit points.
Hell yeah.
So
Awesome.
action, bonus action, and I want to make sure that I move to get within 10 feet of them.
Okay.
I
Yep.
got my shield up. If presumably, is it cool if when we were running, since we were finally tracking this thing down, could I use my book to do the book trick? Because I took a prep spell for the book trick. For my magic item, he gave me the book.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So the
Mage
book lets
armor?
me cast mage armor. So I wanted to cast mage armor while we ran to track this thing down.
I would say you can do that,
Yeah.
knowing
so-
that you were possibly going to battle it or something else in the woods. I would say that you could just throw your mage armor on.
And that is everything I can do in this turn is just heal and get some spores going, have a magical girl transformation sequence into a super fungus witch slash lichens, and there's a few flowers. Funguses don't flower, but it's fine. But that's all I got.
All right. So next up is Leslie with Dominic on deck.
So little flavor bit. Leslie's like, so Dominic got hit. That definitely upsets him. Somebody was supposed to protect. So we'll say something like you hey stupid dog, you hurt my friend, and that means it's time to play.
Oh my God.
And so he's gonna rage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, he's gonna rage, and then we're gonna take action surge so I can still attack twice. And I'm gonna pop up 20 feet and then throw both of my twin sickles.
Awesome.
Action surge. There's my rage. Go back to my actions. So there's the first, and oh, you poo! I got another rollover. Like it was right there.
Oh no.
Yeah. So that was a 7. I take
What
it
did
back.
that add up to? Did it only add up to a 7 or did
Oh
it?
no, that was a 7. Like, how was it? It was a 7.
Oh no. Oh no. So your sickle just whiffs off into
Yes.
the woods.
No fair, you dodged. And then we'll throw the second one, which is a 25.
Oh yeah, that hits.
Big meanie. So we'll throw that, and that is a, hang on, I think rage is just additional melee damage, and that was a thrown attack. But hang on, yes, it's just melee damage. So that's 9 slashing.
And they are magical, so it does affect them. Awesome. Okay. All right. So back up to the top. However, unfortunately, I didn't read all the way through an ability. Oh, did you not?
No, you're fine. You're fine. I just totally forgot that the sickles of warning gave me advantage on initiative.
Oh.
Completely forgot about the whole reason I picked them. Anyway, it's fine.
Well, you never know. There might be other combat.
Right.
So unfortunately, since you failed the saving throw, Dominic, you are incapacitated. I didn't read all the way through the ability. My apologies. Yeah, so you stand there in absolute fear until the end of your turn.
Hell yeah.
And then that means the booming blade goes down, I believe. Yeah, so now it is the Hound of the Moor's turn.
Can I get a Constitution saving throw from it?
Yes, you may. Oh my goodness, it didn't do too well. It only got an 8.
That's not gonna pass my spell save DC. I'm gonna use my reaction to spores it. Let's have some spores, boys. And since symbiotic entity's up, it takes 2 dice.
Ooh.
To level 5, they're still only D4s. That's 4 necrotic damage.
It's not resistant, interestingly.
That is interesting.
So yeah, at the beginning of its turn, there's just like this little there's a little cloud of like, I don't know, maybe it sneezes or something, as I just like waft some spores its way. I don't know, you can't even see spores though, can you?
I'd say there's enough of them that it creates a sort of haze in the air.
Yeah, I'm just gonna blow some spores at it and do a little bit of damage.
All right, so on its turn, it does get its howl back. However, it's not going to use it. The person that damaged it the most, I believe, would be Sasha. So it's going to use its 40-foot movement speed. It's going to be able to get to you, and it's going to attack you twice. So that's going to be an unnatural 20, which is good. Ooh. Does a 13 hit you? It should say any AC.
Your
What's
armor
your AC?
class. Yep.
My armor class is 10.
Okay, so a 13.
All right, so both of them hit you as it swipes at you since you sent flames in its direction. So that means... Oh, you are not frightened. Good thing you are not frightened, or else you would have taken a shit ton of extra damage. But you are going to be taking some damage.
I see. Above game, I see.
So that's going to be 9. The first one's going to be 12 points of slashing damage. Nope, piercing damage. And the second one is going to be 11 points of piercing damage.
So how much altogether? 23?
I think so, yes.
Yep.
So 23 damage.
Yep.
That's probably a good chunk.
Yep, I am down to 4 HP.
Don't freak out.
Oh, goodness.
Don't freak out. Okay.
Okay.
If it ran away from them, would either of those two get opportunity attacks or no?
I'm going to say, I almost called you Arthur. Leslie would get an attack of opportunity. Unfortunately, Dominic does not.
He ran up. Okay, yeah. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot.
Yeah. So are you taking attack of opportunity, or are you...
Wait,
wouldn't I? Because my threatened area is 10 feet.
You're also incapacitated until the end of its turn.
Wasn't it 40 feet away from you? Oh, no, wait.
Oh, no. Yeah, because you threw it. Because you threw your sickles.
Yeah, I moved up.
I'm also going to rule that your sickles do return to you. I'm not going to... I really don't want to deal with having to run off into the woods to get them and then throw them again.
Okay, yeah.
They return to you in like a cloud of ravens.
I'm cool with that. That's hot, actually. It's really hot.
That is cool.
I love that. Okay, so I do get an opportunity attack, or I do not?
Well, then no, you wouldn't then.
I'm just clarifying, that's all.
Okay. It would have only been Dominic that would have gotten it, but Dominic is incapacitated, which you are no longer incapacitated. And we are now at Sasha's turn. What would you like to do now that this thing is literally in melee range?
I am going to freaking send my bats at it.
All right. So what saving throw is it?
Well,
yeah,
I'm not sure. I wasn't able to find the actual move.
Oh, the coiling tattoo.
Yeah.
Oh goodness, am I gonna have to dig it out?
Oh, hang on, I got you.
Okay, yeah, it's the coiling tattoo.
Coiling grasp tattoo.
Coiling grasp, yeah.
Okay, grasping tendrils. That's what we're doing.
They're just bats.
Oh, we're flavoring it as bats. Okay.
We are flavoring it as bats.
Okay. They reach for a creature within 15 feet, DC 14 strength save, or 3d6 force, and be grappled.
Oh, it might not make it. 8. So it failed.
Nice.
So you unleash this cloud of bats that begin to swirl violently around this ghost dog. It is grappled. I'm gonna have to real quick look at grappled because we never grappled anyone in the previous campaign.
Yeah.
Ever.
I did once. In like the very first episode.
I believe it's competing athletics checks or athletics versus acrobatics.
I was more worried about what it exactly does.
It just restrains movement.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
so
does not
it can
affect
still
attack
attack.
rolls.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it just the movement speed drops to 0.
that's
Okay.
it. Yeah.
So roll the damage, the force damage that this dog is going to take.
Which
That's D20, right?
No, that's
Or
D6s because it failed the
3,
saving
yeah.
throw. 3d6.
That's
Where
the
are
square
you?
one.
The square one. Okay.
Yes.
Mhm.
3d6.
Yep.
Yes.
All right. So 5, 5, 4.
14.
All right. You did do a good chunk of damage to this thing. It barks in pain as these bats whirl around it, and as long as you stay within 15 feet of it, it can't move.
Bye, my pretties.
Lovely.
So is there anything else you would like to do with your turn?
So would that count as like a spell attack?
No,
If
it
you
is
don't-
not a spell attack.
Okay, so I still have like a spell that I can use.
If you have
If you have a
bonus
bonus action.
that would be your action. It did consume your action. So every turn you have an
Yes.
action, bonus action, and move.
Okay,
Mhm.
how do I figure out if I have bonus actions?
The
You are-
casting time should say bonus action or BA on the
Yeah.
spell.
There's only a handful of spells that are bonus action
It's
spells.
so few.
If you're using D&D Beyond, your bonus actions are actually listed in a whole section called bonus action.
Okay, is that part of the like square thing?
Features
like
and
the-
traits.
It's in like
Traits.
that bottom right hand rectangle area.
Right.
It's the little thing you go to
spell-
actions, and then underneath that there's bonus actions.
Okay, it's not under spell casting, right?
Correct.
Racial traits, class features.
You want the actions tab. It's 2 to the left.
Oh yeah, actions.
Actions tab.
Mhm.
Yep.
And then bonus action.
D&D Beyond is so like
So
confusing.
so you've got features and traits selected right now. Actions is 2 to the
Yes.
left.
The tabs along the top.
Class features, racial traits, and feats.
No, literally where it says features and traits, to the left of that
Yep.
is inventory, to the left of that is actions. Click on
Yep.
actions. There you go. And then bonus actions underneath that, the little black tiles.
Little black tiles. Sorry, I'm just having the worst time finding this.
Okay. I can send you. That's what it looks like for me.
Where'd you see it? Chats.
Oh, yep. You sent a picture in chat. So yeah, just to keep combat moving, sorry, we are going to move on to while you look
Sorry.
at that. Sorry about that. We are going to move on to Emrys. This thing is grappled. I was trying to look up what other mechanical benefits it had for if it had like disadvantage on dex saves or other things like that that I'd need to keep track of.
It's literally just speed
Nope.
to 0. That's it.
Okay.
That's literally it. An action to escape then. Same thing. It's a strength check.
Oh,
But it's still like right up on him, right? So I can just
Correct.
bite him again.
Same space actually would have to be if it's grappled. Oh
Well,
no,
what-
he grappled it with the bats. He grappled
Grappling
Yes.
it with the bats, so the bats have to stay. I am going to kind of just like, I don't know, walk a little, circling walk a little, and I'm just gonna thorn whip with my action.
Thorn with it.
So I make a ranged spell attack as long as it's within 30 feet of me. I
which
want
I'm
to
assuming you've kept it within 30 feet.
Yeah, I want to use my movement to end up 10 feet away from it again, but I'm gonna use this movement to I'll walk part of the way and then I'm gonna thorn whip it.
Awesome.
Oh, that's not gonna hit. That's a nat 1.
Oh, nope, that is not going to hit.
Oh, that's the worst.
You
Yeah.
whip into this cloud of bats, and the thorn whip just sails through with the shadows of the bats swarming in the shadow of this dog. It's kind of hard to tell where the dog is. and so the whip just cracks into nothingness.
Okay. I will, since that's a cantrip, I will use my bonus action to cast a leveled spell, and I'll drop a healing word on Sasha. So that will be, I rolled a 4 again. So 9 hit points healed to the vampire.
All right. So for some reason, I just can't find my character sheet now after looking for the.
Oh, you got time. Get it back up. Just don't forget that you healed 9.
Yeah, you
Yes.
healed 9 hit points.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm gonna move so that I'm 10 feet away from it. I was trying to whip it to pull it away from him so it couldn't bite him and it couldn't move, but that failed. So that's all I got. Because nat
All
ones
right.
happen.
Well, damn.
All right, so Leslie, it is your turn.
My turn. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna run up the extra 20 feet and I'm gonna slash it twice.
All right.
We are gonna reckless attack.
Ooh,
So
fun.
Yep, I'm gonna get that advantage. And let's see here. Thunderous blows I can just choose to activate. So all right, first attack. Eel. Hang on, advantage. 17.
That hits.
Excelente. That's going to be 8 plus 2 is 10. And then let's say I went up, entered its space, push it 5 with that.
All right.
And then I'll do another attack, and we'll see what happens.
Is this another melee, like you run up and slash it again, or are you
Yep.
chucking the scythe?
Second melee, we're just gonna
right.
swing it. And that one is even with advantage, that's a 12.
That does not hit.
Poop snizzle.
You
All right.
swipe through a cloud of shadow that is wafting off of this thing.
Missed twice, and you don't even have any insides to play with. That's no fun.
All right, so we are back up to the top with Dominic. You are no longer frightened of this thing, but this thing has moved about 30 feet away from you.
Cool.
Woo!
Well, my
Alright.
movement speed is 40.
Having trouble controlling my swivel chair.
So I'm gonna just once again run up to be 10 feet away from it, and I'm a booming bladed again.
Awesome.
Booming blade, that boy.
Right. So yeah, that is a 17 to hit.
That hits.
All right. Okay. So we do this time.
We're having the Arthur
7
struggle.
piercing damage, and then 4 lightning damage.
Awesome. This thing is not
And-
looking too good.
5 thunder damage.
So
Oh my goodness.
you're above game real fast. You're a mutant blood hunter
Plus
wizard?
Bladesinger, yes. 2
Yes.
levels of wizard, 3 levels of Bloodhunter.
Okay, that's what I had come to. That's what I thought it was. I was literally low key like trying to figure out the build behind the scenes as you were.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was like, damn, that's like 19 different abilities on one.
Mhm.
Love it though.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome. So now it is the Hound's turn. This
Can I get a
thing.
Constitution saving throw?
Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness. Oh, nope. That's actually good. That's a 21.
Okay, let me check and see if it deals half damage when you save.
It might with your fungal form. I don't know if it changes that. It might not.
Where are we? It doesn't. So yeah, he just doesn't take any damage.
All right. So now it being cornered is going to whip round, and the only person in range that it can attack is Leslie. So it's going to try and attack you.
Go for it.
Uh,
I'd like to see you try.
12, I'm assuming does not hit.
This is not.
All right, it swipes at you and you deftly dodge out of the way. It swipes again and it gets worse. So it swipes twice, snarling and growling, its eyes flaring as it's continually swarmed by these bats.
Oh, poor
Just doesn't work. So it is now Sasha's turn. It has been bumped 5 feet away from you. So you are no longer in melee range with it. But you can move up to it if you would like. It has not left the radius of 15 feet, so the bats are still clinging to it. I don't think you get any additional damage off of it. I think that's only when you grapple it, but it stays grappled until you use it again. It dies, or you or it move 15 feet away, or you stop it.
Right.
Which I don't think you want to do.
It's held in place.
No.
Which is really nice.
Yes.
Yeah. 1 second. No, shocking grasp requires me to actually grasp it.
You could.
I don't want to. Something
You
tells me I don't
want
want
to
to
touch
But
it?
try to stay away.
I want to touch it. I
You
think
got
I'm
something
gonna.
to throw, range spell.
Well, I have lightning bolt.
You have lightning bolt would do it. Your firebolt would do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to cast lightning bolt because I don't think lightning would hurt Max
I mean, Dominic?
or Dominic. Sorry.
Dominic, yeah.
I think
I mean,
Or-
it does, but
it does.
You
Lightning
can probably
hurts
angle it in a
everyone.
way to not hit me.
Yeah.
I would
Okay.
say you could move in such a way that it would not hit. Now that spell would light the forest on fire. So just be aware of that.
For sure.
Fun.
All right.
And then
So
I
yeah,
can-
I'm gonna say you can move. I'll say if you give up 15 feet of your movement, you can angle in such a way that you won't hit anyone and just blast straight through it. So I believe it
Yeah.
needs to make a dex saving throw.
Okay. So my dexterity is 0.
No, I need to make it.
Yeah. You are looking for your spell save DC.
Yes.
Spell save DC. Which
You copy your spell sheet towards the right hand side.
save DC is 14.
There it is.
It rolled a 17, but I believe it's going to take half damage.
Yep. That's what's nice about most saving throw spells.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And all right, so you can roll lightning damage. You do light the forest on fire. So roll your lightning damage for lightning bolt.
Okay, and that is going to be
With the sparks, Chewy, some of us are flammable.
Let's see, lightning bolt, which is come on. Dexterity 14, instantaneous, blah blah blah. Where is 1d6? No, that's
Only 1d6?
No, when you cast the spell using a spell slot or 4th level or higher, the damage increases by 1d6.
Oh,
So it's going to be in the body of the spell,
It's-
not at higher levels.
It's 8d6.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's
So roll
8d6.
8d6, and then we're going to have to divide that by 2, but there's a possibility you'll kill this thing. We just want to make sure. If you roll crappy, you
So-
might not kill it, but
So 8d6?
yes, d6
Okay.
8 times, and we'll add it all
This is
up, and
gonna
then
be
I'll divide it
fun.
by half.
6.
6,
6.
12,
1.
13,
1.
14. So you got 4 left.
5.
19.
And 2.
So that's 21. You got 2 more.
Oh, okay.
2 more rolls.
1.
22. Then 1 more roll.
2.
So that's 24. So, you do not kill this thing, but this thing is holding on by a thread as you blast through it. You see the hole in it has formed. The smoke has kind of pushed away. There are no insides to this thing, but it's definitely holding on. Its form is beginning to sort of hazily separate, not quite holding together. The bats are having trouble trying to keep it together, but they do. Is there anything else that you would like to do with your turn? If not, I will pass it off to
Emrys?
Is there anything else I would be able to do?
If you found your bonus actions.
I did for like a brief second. Descriptions, inventory, actions. Here we go.
Yeah.
Bonus actions.
So
you
gonna have
can
2-weapon fighting automatically.
Yeah. And I can also use my sorcery points to gain additional spell slots or sacrifice a spell slot to gain additional sorcery points.
Oh, okay. Yes, so you can do that trade-off as a bonus action.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
But it doesn't look like you have anything else. So unless you really, really want a 3rd level spell slot back, it doesn't seem like you have any bonus actions.
No.
No, one of you guys can kill it.
All right, so that is going to be Emrys, if you can manage to kill this thing.
Take her down.
I'm gonna try. Let's cast us one of them there cantrips, I think. A cantrip makes sense. Let's Thorn Whip. Let's Thorn Whip. Why not? Thorn
Roll
Whip.
it.
Thorn Whip. That is 13 to hit.
Ooh.
13 does not hit, unfortunately.
Ugh.
Yeah.
You whip and you just hit the hole and back out. It misses it entirely.
The hole?
That that Sasha
Got a hole in
blasted
it.
through it
Gotcha.
Yeah.
with the lightning
It
bolt.
just goes
Dominic.
right through it.
Are my zombies here yet?
No, unfortunately, they're still shambling down the trail.
God, they're slow.
They
20
are
foot
slow. They're
move.
zombies.
They get distracted by a pretty daisy.
Yeah, right.
I'll just healing word with my bonus action. We'll do 7 more hit points to Sasha.
All right.
Oh yeah, Sasha, did you heal your other 9
I did.
last time? Okay, good.
All right. Awesome. Amazing. Okay. So that is the end of Emrys's go. Now we have Leslie. Can you kill this thing?
To me. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna slash it twice. Like,
All right. Give me a roll.
okay. Avantage. I mean, I'm gonna go for the reckless attack. That's gonna be a 16 to hit.
That hits.
I'm assuming it died with 9 slashing.
Yes, it died. You slash through it. The bats part as it breezes away. You
So-
will know, because this is a legendary creature, you have not killed it. It is simply discorporeated or discorporated. It will reform at some point, and someone can summon it again, but it will need to be resummoned. It has been dispatched for the moment. And you are all out of combat.
While we're out of combat, can I possibly use my control fire to put out the flames?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, you can.
All right.
How
It does
messed
take
up
a few
is-
castings to kind of get it under control, but you do manage to get it under control.
How messed up does everybody else still look?
I literally didn't get hit. Which is insane.
I'm at
Oh.
about half health.
I'm 19 out of 27.
Okay, so like canonically, Emrys is still transformed for like 10 minutes, and it's like it's like when you're feeling yourself.
Yeah.
Just like wanders over to Dominic, does like a face caress as he casts a second Cure Wounds.
I'm like, Emrys, not in public.
So 2nd level Cure Wounds. What do we do? How much is that?
2D something, I
48,
think.
3d8.
It's D8s.
D8s, yeah.
D8s because it's an action, not a bonus action. So it'll be 2d8 plus 5. So what is that? That's math. 20 more
Ugh.
hit.
20 more. Awesome. I'm back at full.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Leslie's gonna end his rage, obviously. You'll see him probably like he deflates a little bit, I like to imagine like maybe he got like a weird thickly jack-o'-lantern green glow thing going on with the eye holes, like that goes away.
Yep.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm
You
still
good there,
just.
bud?
Sorry.
It's
Did I
you're also when he's transformed, he doesn't do his voice. It's just a slightly different voice. He's like, "You're fine. We all go through changes, right?"
I guess.
Yeah.
That was something. What you did.
Hormone changes.
Dominic feels very awkward around Emrys when he's hot.
In magical girl form.
Yeah.
Right.
Uh,
Did we do it?
not quite. It's a legendary beast, so it's only lost its corporeal form for a short period of time, and the summoner can always bring it back to our plane if they recast their ritual. But for a short time, the campus is safe.
We didn't
So
win.
we need to find out who summoned it.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I'm gonna say you all are walking back at this point.
Yeah.
I'm just patting out a flame that landed on one of my zombies.
Yeah, you do finally make it to your zombies, who are still trudging down the trail. They didn't really get the sense of urgency, so they weren't even dashing. They were just having a nice, lovely Sunday stroll down the down the walking paths. As you all make it back onto campus, Urania does come up to you. Um, I was looking for you for so long. You just took a walk in the woods?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking because I remember you picking up something from Patches when she showed you her side scar, and um I I was with her today, and the nurse was still pulling gravel out of her arm. And so I kind of looked in the gravel bowl, and I found this. And she pulls out a sheet of paper. It's the same coloration as the little tiny scrap paper that you pulled, that you picked up off the floor, and it has part of a stamp on it. It is a bubbling cauldron, and you see ND trouble, or yeah, on this. It's like a stamped, and the other side is waxy. I don't know if it's a clue or something, but
Right. That looks like it's from the Toil and Trouble.
Oil and oh yeah.
I guess we should go pay them a visit again.
Ooh. For more
All right.
nachos.
I'm still pretty full, so maybe we can just get a drink or something.
Whatever
Sure
you
thing.
say. The transformation is it's probably been at least 10 minutes.
yeah, it was probably maybe a 10-minute walk out to, you know. So you all walk over to the Toil and Trouble that has opened for the day. Um, Agatha is not there, but Cheston is. And he's kind of mixing up. It seems that today they're serving sort of a feta and goat cheese and olive salad with a vinaigrette that he's kind of stirring up in this huge bowl, as you all walk up. And he
Where
kind
the
of leans
goat?
out. There you are, partiers. Did you stay safe last night? I heard one of the. I mean, we all know one of the students died. I mean, no one really liked Hamilton, but like, no one wanted to see him die. He was just a bit of a prick.
Yeah, that's for sure. But what? I mean, what can you really do? I mean,
Yeah, I know. Well, anyway, are you all up for salad today? Well, it's not lunchtime yet, so you'd have to get a muffin or something until then. But I mean,
The usual for me, thank you.
all
I'll
right.
have what
The
I
usual, just nothing for you.
have.
Yeah.
There's
Right.
wait, what's his coworker's name again?
Agatha.
Where's Agatha? You don't normally run the stand by yourself.
Well, I decided to take the morning shift today. I mean, why not? It's a little extra money. She doesn't come in until after lunch.
I just like
Sorry.
whisper to Emrys, like, how do we ask about the napkin? I don't know how to weave that into conversation.
Let's see. All right, so what is it exactly that we're trying to find out about the napkin?
We found a napkin, or someone else found a napkin in the arm of the girl who was attacked, like with all the gravel and shit.
It's, I will say it's the same as the other like parchment paper. It's waxy on one side and papery on the other.
Oh,
So it
but it
wouldn't be
has
a
their
napkin,
stamp or
but
whatever.
it has their stamp on it.
So, what does that mean?
I mean,
Something
they
to
probably
do
have like,
with it.
they probably have like a number of those, right?
What would they be sending stamps out for? Like letters?
Mm.
I don't know.
It seems to be a stamp on the wrapper. It seems to be a wrapper.
Oh, like a food wrapper?
Yes, that's
Like
why it's waxy on one side.
Oh,
Gotcha.
I can take the paper and slide it over to him and be like, "Hey, by the way, we found this in the forest, and you know how much I hate litter. You know how much I hate littering. Um, do you know who might have ordered something with this?"
Oh well, lots of people order. It seems this is our when we have pulled pork sandwiches. We wrap it in this. It's really the only thing we use this for, the wax. Um, yeah, I mean, we're not serving that until Thursday, but they are really good, top notch. You got to know. Let me let you in on
Oh,
a
I'm
little
sure if you're
secret.
making it.
Oh, well, thank you. But they are apparently, I guess they're so good that even Adela Carmichael couldn't even stay away from them. She ordered one a few days ago.
Oh, really?
Adela Carmichael.
Isn't
Who's
that
Adela Carmichael?
What do I know about Adela Carmichael?
I mean, she's the owner of the Temperance Club.
Oh, right. Her.
And she is
Shocker.
yeah, and she is the teacher of geometry for ritual casters.
Again, shocker.
Right. Well, I think you might have been right. We have to go pay a visit to the Temperance Club.
And then I lean over to what's his name?
Cheston.
Cheston.
Hot
And I
werewolf.
said, thanks for the help. And I give like a quick kiss to his cheek
Oh,
before
well,
I
of
just
course.
glance off.
Anytime. So I'm assuming you all aren't ordering anything? No muffins, no croissants?
No thanks. We're
Just
still
like,
full from the nachos.
I'll take a coffee, maybe. And like,
Sure.
I don't really want to do oat milk or really milk at all. Could I instead have it like the despair of losing a loved one, I think, would really give me a kick in the morning.
Oh, we're fresh out of that. We have
Damn it.
despair of losing a pet. Would that
Okay, you're close enough.
sure? And he kind of whips you up that coffee and gives it to you in a nice to-go cup.
Yeah, with a giant wolf.
Nice
walking
and
around.
black.
I'm sure there were a lot of missing pets.
Could I get a pumpkin lice latte?
Oh yeah. And he kind of mixes it up and just puts a big scoop of lice directly into
Oh,
it and
wow.
just
Can I have a sip of that?
And honestly, I would love to order the same thing I had the night before.
Oh, sorry, we don't do the nachos today. That's
Oh
going to be a little
no,
while.
The blood.
Sorry.
2 parts
Dear,
and
Oh, the blood. Oh,
positive.
right.
Yes.
Sorry. Yep. And he pours the blood and gives it to you.
Thank you.
I'm more of
All
an
right.
O negative fan, but it's just so expensive these days.
Are you all quite done?
Yes.
Are you sure you don't want to try eating anything?
I think I'm pretty sure the last time I tried to put something in my gourd, it just kind of rotted in there.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
see.
unfortunate. Well, hopefully you all have a good day.
You as well.
right back at you, Cheston.
Yeah.
He nods and he goes back to kind of adding a little bit more like arugula to the salad and stirring it up.
Lovely gal. So wait a minute. Now we need to talk to a lady or something?
Yeah,
Yes,
the
the
Temperance
professor.
Club.
Ah, the lady with done the thing.
Professor Carmichael.
That's the one. What are
Before we do that, do you guys mind if I use the bathroom?
Oh, go.
Sure.
You're fine. We can do a little role play
Okay.
while you're gone. It's all right.
What does she have to do with this whole thing again? There was barbecue sauce, and then there was a lady, and then there was a horse, and then there was a club, and
Barbecue sauce on the pulled pork sandwich.
I thought she was the professor who kept telling students to just drink blood. What a hypocrite.
cheating on her diet.
Bit of a hypocrite there.
Well, we should give her a piece of our minds right as soon as we figure out what we're gonna tell her.
Yeah, right as soon as Sasha gets back from peeing.
Yeah.
Do vampires pee? How does that work?
I don't think I'm the right one to ask.
Seeing as how scarecrows definitely don't pee at all.
No, sort of mystified by the whole business.
So
I'd love to
you
think
really
that
don't
Leslie's
have
slightly
anything
terrified of
then?
bathrooms.
Right, like I don't know what goes on in there, but it seems scary.
So you don't have anything then?
I mean, just a shirt and pants.
Oh. You
Yeah,
poor man.
I can't exactly get naked. I mean, I guess technically I am.
Would you like die if the pants came off?
I mean, if I took my pants off, all the straw would fall out, and then I just wouldn't be able to move my legs. It'd be kind of weird.
Do you feel anything?
Not really.
So you don't know what pain feels like.
I guess not. I don't know. Do I?
Make a constitution saving throw.
Right, like
I mean, I would say that you I don't think you would really feel pain. Like you would be aware that you have been damaged.
yeah.
Certainly.
I have
we're
Igor
doing this
climb
for
up your
science.
clothes and pinch your shoulder.
I'm just gonna breathe some spores at you. Give me a constitution saving throw.
God, you're such
Oh my god.
Is this against a poison effect?
No, it's necrotic damage.
Just making sure. 23.
Oh, you don't take any damage. Oh, that didn't work.
What didn't work?
I was just trying to make a little mushroom grow.
Maybe don't try to infest me with fungus next time.
I mean, there are more fun ways to infest someone with fungus than that.
Oh my.
I'm glad one of us said it.
Okay.
Alright.
Well, do we think Professor Carmichael's like is there like a building for the Temperance Club, or would she be like in her office, or
mean, there's make me a if you all want to make me like maybe a history check. I wish there were
Hell yeah.
there were other abilities, like a memory ability or
I got a
something.
17.
I got
Oh my goodness.
22.
Ooh.
History.
I got an
Intelligence characters are
11.
fun.
I got a 16.
All right. So I'd say everyone but Emrys would know. Professor Carmichael does like to hang out in her office a lot. She is one of those people that like she can't really work from home. She's got to have like an office space. And her classroom is her office. And you would know where it is. It's in the maths hallway. Pretty far down the maths hallway. So if you make your way there, you can probably confront her. It's after 8 o'clock, which is usually when classes start. She's probably in there doing something, who knows what.
I have another question.
Uh-huh.
So she sorry. So how interested in me joining is she?
He's
Given my
really
history?
interested in all Dhampirs and vampires joining the Temperance Club. She doesn't really care what your like history is or whatever. She just wants you to join it because you're a Dhampir and it's like a Dhampir vampire club.
Okay.
So it doesn't really matter. She just wants vampiric converts to this sort of cause that she has that's bizarre.
Okay. Because I was thinking that I could approach her with that as a front.
Sure, you certainly can. I'm going to say with this conversation, you all have made it to at least to the hallway. Her office is a couple doors down, and you do hear her door is slightly ajar, and you do hear her writing on the board in chalk.
I'm going to knock on the door.
Oh, come in.
Sasha's like goes like through the opening, like he doesn't fully open it, he just goes through the opening, and he's like, hello, Professor Carmichael.
Hello, how can I help you? I don't think I have you as a student.
I pull out the pamphlet and I said, well, I was handed this last night and I was wondering if I could ask you about it.
While this
Oh,
is
of
happening,
course.
can I send Igor in and like have him snoop around?
Sure. Yeah, while this is happening, give me an investigation check with Igor, because I think you can technically see through him.
Yeah, if I'm familiar, you can see through their eyes.
Yeah.
And am I aware that Igor's there?
We can say we discussed this beforehand, sure.
Yes.
Yes,
Well,
like,
I will give you
distract
that.
her.
Yeah, I will give you that. So yeah, while you roll that investigation check,
I got a
she
natural
actually
20, 28.
Okay. So while this is happening, she actually excitedly pulls open a drawer and pulls out a sort of it's obviously not a silver pin, but it's all like a pewter pin, but it's made to look silvery. It has a chalice with liquid in it, and it says like Temperance Club on it, and she hands it to you, and oh well, I am so glad you are joining this cause. Way too many vampires are putting harmful things in their stomachs. So this Temperance Club will ensure that our proud tradition of drinking and draining continues and we don't fall prey to other pressures. And she just goes on and on about this, and it gets progressively crazier as she gets to, and of course, our beloved elder vampires created us this way. We would be defying nature itself if we blah 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 blah. And you watch as Igor kind of crawls
I
around.
set him down on the ground. Like, okay, baby, go find some blackmail for daddy.
I'm gonna say Igor. She is too distracted to notice Igor. I'm not gonna make you roll a stealth check for that. But with the
Hell yeah.
investigation check, you crawl up onto one of the desks where there's books piled up. Most of it is like math textbooks and ritual casting, like basic ritual casting and sort of that sort of thing. But hidden amongst the pile, it was almost purposefully sandwiched between two very large tome-like textbooks. You can just about make it out in the gloom because it's next to a window and the sunlight is coming through, or what little sunlight there is. It's actually a book called Ghost Summoning.
Yeah. I say out loud to the other two who are in the hallway, she has the summoning book. It's definitely her.
I'm listening to everything that's going on through the door.
Yeah, you hear the entire conversation of what's going on. It is insane.
So she ate the barbecue sauce?
She ate the barbecue sauce.
Which, wait, that doesn't make sense.
And that's bad.
She's a hypocrite.
A hippogriff?
Yes.
I'm one of those.
It's a very big bird.
I
And
will say with
also a
the,
lion.
I will say with the 20, there is a bookmark sticking out of the book on a very specific page.
I like to think Igor does operate like thing where like he can sometimes sort of like float a little bit and just like turn the pages. Like
it is wedged in between two books. So if you would like to, I don't know, if Igor can make a sleight of hand check to pull it out.
Sure. I mean, I'm sure he probably doesn't have any good stats for that.
It would be dexterity, like just
he gets
dexterity.
a +2.
All right, so if you want to roll it.
It's a 16.
So,
All right. Oh, okay. So yeah, you managed to pull the book out. And the book is so wide and so heavy that it actually tips.
Oh no,
and
Igor.
as you pull the book out, it doesn't make a slamming sound because the book is actually the ghost summoning book is actually pretty thin. And the other two books are really thick and significantly larger. So when you pull it out, it actually quietly almost tips, and he gets the book on the counter and flips it open to the bookmarked page. And it is on the left-hand page is Rituals for Summoning the Ghosts of Legends. And it has like a warning of like, don't do this. These ghosts are incredibly powerful. They're hard to control, blah, 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 blah. On the other page, the first page is the Hound of the Moors. And just scanning through his eyes, or blind sense, I guess, the page, the ritual does involve calling the hound with meat.
Oh.
I want Igor kind of like props the book up against like the floor and like waves at you and then like just points like at the evidence. and
yeah, it's open to the page where there is an illustration of the dog as well as like summoning ghosts just across the top as he's just like pointing at it.
And I just I asked the professor if she has like any history books on the history of vampires and blood drinking.
Yes, I do. Just right over here. And she turns and looks at the floor because apparently in the stack of books, there was also a history book that you missed. She turns and looks to see this disembodied hand on the ground with the summoning book open.
And that's when Leslie bursts through the door and shouts, "Barbecue sauce!"
There's just 4 zombies shambling in.
Igor casts Fog Cloud.
All right.
And he's going to try to grab the book and scramble away.
All right. While that happens, You watch as the fog cloud begins to roll over. She quickly darts over and grabs a bell, like a pewter bell. And she just says, well, I see you've discovered too much. Can't have you blabbing. And she rings the bell and she grabs the corner of her cloak. And just as the fog begins to pull over, she snaps the cloak down and vanishes.
Oh.
The fog cloud rolls over the room. And then you hear more bells. And I want everyone to make a history check.
Okay.
As the fog cloud rolls out into the hallway.
15.
3.
I have 18.
22. 20. Yeah, 22.
You hear the jingling of bells. And the two of you, Dominic and Sasha, you remember, maybe in a history class, maybe it was in a book you read, there was actually a ghost of legend that was bound to a bell. It was called the Bell Wraith. It was a strange ghost that could appear out of nowhere. It followed the command of somebody who held a very specific bell and rung it. And as you are all remembering this, does a 22 hit you, Sasha?
A 22?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's against my armor class, right?
Is it not with
Yes.
disadvantage yet from the fog cloud?
I guess it would be a disadvantage.
So
That's a 19.
my armor class is 10.
Yep.
All right, so you do get
That
hit.
is a hit.
So you take 5 points of slashing damage, and I'm going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
A diddle.
Of course. It's 10.
Ooh, so you're going to be taking some poison damage. 2, 3, 9. That's 26 points of poison damage.
Holy.
As this dark cloaked figure covered in belts that bells hang off of appears out of the fog and slices you with a giant sickle. And I need everybody to roll initiative.
So I have 26 points of damage.
Yep.
That was 26 points of poison damage on top of the slashing damage, which I think you only took 4 points of slashing damage. Was it 4 or 5? Yeah.
Do Dhampirs not resist poison?
I don't think they do.
No. So how many points of damage altogether?
30.
30. So 19, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I'm at 0 HP.
Okay.
All right, so you're going to be making death saving throws on the first round of your combat.
Unconscious.
Yes.
Unconscious, not dead.
I got an 18. Leslie got an 18.
Leslie got an 18.
Dominic got a 15.
15.
What do I need to roll?
Initiative. That way we know when
Yeah.
your death saving throws happen. Unless someone doesn't get you up.
D20 plus your initiative.
Yep.
Estimate that initiative, which is right. No, that's
It would be it's next to your AC, I believe.
0. So 11.
11 for Sasha and Emrys.
I got 19 plus 4 is 23.
Waste.
And your zombies will go immediately after you because you are controlling them. And actually, that means that Emrys, you are first.
All right, I can't see anything because of the fog. This is great.
The door has been blasted open by Leslie.
Can
So
I roll Arcana to see if I think that the professor teleported or went invisible?
yeah, you can roll Arcana. I'll let you do that while Emrys thinks.
That's a 19.
You saw from the door, she did not speak. She instead grabbed a cloak and snapped the cloak up and down. There is a very high possibility that she just teleported with a spell called Dimension Door, because that would have been a cloak of the mountebank.
Cool. I'll say, like, I think she's wearing a cloak of the mountebank. She used Dimension Door. She could be anywhere.
Anywhere
Oh.
within 500 feet, I believe. So she's
Uh,
probably booking it.
Right.
I will just
Oh, not great.
Am I able to drop Fog Cloud not on my turn?
I think you do have to drop it on your turn.
Cool.
You do go before the bell wraith, so that's all I'll say.
Yeah, I can't do too much. I can't heal without being able to see who I'm healing. And I can't hold an action and a bonus action, can I?
No, and I think you can technically only hold an action.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can't hold bonus actions, which is kind of dumb.
Does Fog
But
Cloud make you? I think if you there's like a radius of like when you're in it, if you're close enough to something, you can still see it. Isn't that how it works? It's not just like pure darkness.
20-foot radius sphere of fog
It
centered.
says heavily obscured.
The
heavily
area is
obscured,
heavily-
yeah.
So yeah, it's just period end the entire area.
How big is the classroom?
Probably maybe 30 feet by 30 feet.
Okay, so it's heavily obscured. So can I see the wraith at all or anything?
I think you would. It's disadvantage on attacks, I think.
It would be
Do I
disadvantage,
know
so you
if-
could see it. You could
Do I
see
know if
it.
the Wraith is just invisible anyways? Because we didn't see it attacking Sasha.
Oh, wait. So a heavily obscured area such as darkness, opaque fog, or dense foliage blocks vision entirely.
Oh,
Rip.
so no, you wouldn't be able to see it.
Well, and also creatures inside the fog are effectively blinded also. Which is fun.
But it still managed to hit Sasha.
Yeah.
I would say you would know something attacked because you heard the bells, and then you heard a swish of something going through the air, and you would probably hear Sasha cry out and then hit the floor. So you can I would say you can directionally be like, it's in this direction. It probably hasn't moved, and charge in that direction, but
I think I'm just going to cast I'm gonna hold my act. I'm gonna be like, can you not? Can you not? Like, you do this all the time.
It
You think
helps.
it's a cool thing.
It's helping. He can't hit us very well either. Sasha's just a wimp.
oof,
I
he
can't get
says about
that.
the dying student.
Yeah, right. Just
But Piso, I
unconscious on
can't
the
get the
floor.
Nepo baby off of the floor if I can't see him, for fuck's sake.
Did you just call her? He'll call him a nepo baby.
I did just call him a Nepo baby.
All right, so what action are you holding?
Oh,
I'm gonna hold or you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna just next round I'll heal him. This round I'm just gonna symbiotic entity again with my action.
Fair enough.
And I'm hot again, and then I'm also gonna just grab a fucking broom and shillelagh it with my bonus action.
Ooh.
And just like I'm squaring up if this thing approaches.
All right. So after Emrys, it is Leslie with Dominic on deck.
Leslie, here we go. All right. So how far away is this? Well, probably not very far. I mean, it's only a 30-foot room. I definitely have speed to get to it. I'm going to go up to it and hit it twice.
All right, that would be a disadvantage to hit this thing.
Reckless attack.
Fair enough.
Okay. So the first one will be a straight roll, which is a goddamn natural one.
Oh
Mother
no!
H. All right.
Well, you
second-
are in fog,
Okay.
so
All right, hang on. Let me get over disadvantage. And that one is a 17 to hit.
17 hits. Somehow, as you swipe out in the fog, it hits something.
Recklessly slashing.
Yes,
It hits
recklessly
me.
slashing.
8 points of slashing damage.
8 points of slashing
And-
damage.
Can I push it away from me, pretty please? Out of
Yes.
the whatever direction is more away towards the edge of the fog.
Yes, you do hear the sort of jangling
Fog
of
would have
bells
been
as you...
originating at the bookcase, because that's where Igor
So you
was when
pushed
he
it deeper
cast
into the fog.
No, I want to push it away. Damn it. All right, well, whatever. It's too late.
All right. Now it is Dominic.
Cool. Well, I would like. Well, first I'm gonna try my blade song, of course.
Of course. You can drop the fog cloud now that it is your turn.
Yes, but I would like to look through Igor's blind sight. And
Oh,
attack
does
it.
he has blind sight, doesn't
He
he?
has blind sight.
All right. Sure. You can look through his blind sight. Not sure if that really gives you any mechanical advantage.
It lets me
Right.
see. I know
All
where
right, I'll
I
say
don't
that
have
your familiar can
disadvantage.
provide you the help action, so it would be a
Let's
straight
see.
roll if
Yeah,
you're
I can't-
attacking.
I don't think you can do anything while you're looking through its eyes. So you'd have to like.
Yes,
You are
can, can't you?
blinded.
Yeah.
You're blinded when you're looking through the eyes of your familiar.
Yeah, but he's just like sitting on my shoulder, and
if
I'm just
you
like,
move back to your...
sure.
Not.
All right, I will say that he
That-
provides the help action, so it is a
Cool.
straight roll to jab at it with your pike,
I'm casting Booming Blade.
of course.
And that is gonna be a 17 to hit.
That hits.
Hell yeah. All right, okay.
The
That's
Arthur
max
problem.
damage, 13 piercing damage, and then we get 4 lightning damage, and then we get 7 thunder damage, and if he moves, he takes an additional 2d8 thunder damage, and I will drop the fog cloud.
All right, so it clears, and you do see this shadowy, almost assassin-like figure strung and festooned with bells, a dark hood with nothing inside of it, just darkness, gripping this huge hooked sickle, and you see Sasha lying on the floor, bleeding out.
Fabulous.
Very
So-
fabulously.
So, yes, so Sasha, it is now your turn. You're going to need to make a death saving throw. So it's 10 or higher on a d20. I don't think you add anything to it.
Nope. Just a straight d20.
Just roll a d20 and tell me if you get 10 or higher.
I get a 16.
Yay!
So that is one success. And that's the end of your turn. It is now the Bellwraith's turn. And I'm going to make a real quick Arcana check on its part. No. So it's going to move forward,
Hell yeah.
and your booming blade goes off. It's going to move forward to get up to you, since the two of you,
Cool.
Dominic and Leslie, are outside of its melee range.
That is 10 thunder damage.
10, yep. It goes off, the bells all jingle as it lunges forward, and it is going to swipe at you, Dominic. It's going to do 2 swipes at you.
Gross.
24.
A 24 to hit?
Yes.
Silvery barbs.
All right.
Oh, get away from me.
Ooh.
All right. Okay, so that's only a 15.
Does not hit.
All right. So it whiffs. And then it rolled a natural 1 in its second attack, and that is
Hell
it.
yeah. I will give advantage to Leslie.
All
Oh,
right.
yeah.
So it's the end of the Bell Wraith's turn. Up next is Emrys. You can now see it.
Okay. So first things first, I'm gonna throw a healing word at Sasha with my bonus action. You're gonna regain 9 hit points.
Which means you are no
Yay.
lying.
So you are now just prone. You are conscious. You kind of take a deep breath and you see your 2 brand new friends in the room aiming weapons at this thing that just came out of the fog and slashed you, but there is no more fog. So you are back up to 9 hit points. What else do you want to do with your turn, Emrys?
Oh, I'm gonna move forward and try to swing at this thing. But yeah, whenever I cast healing word, it's like I'm whispering directly in your ear or something, and it's just like frog legs or something weird. Or just like the scientific names of various flora and fauna. Bergamot.
I like it.
But like I'm just gonna like run, and I've shillelagh'd a broom that I pulled out of the corner, so it's overgrown with mushrooms and lichens, and I'm just gonna swing, bada bada, swing with my action.
Do it.
Awesome.
So yeah, I'm gonna try to make an attack.
The shillelagh room.
Shillelagh lets me attack with a weapon using my wisdom mod instead, because now it's a magical weapon.
Yes. Shillelagh's a pretty good cantrip.
Okay, so that was. I mean, it's only a 12 to hit.
It does not hit. It parries the broom away with its sickle, its giant sickle.
I can't command my zombies because I used my bonus action to heal, so I'm done.
Oh,
It's fine. It's fine.
all right.
All good.
I have my reaction back though, and I can see it now.
Very true. So now it is Leslie's turn. This thing has jogged up to you and has tried to attack Dominic, who is standing next to you. It is in melee range.
I'm gonna slash it. Twice.
Awesome.
Both with
And you
advantage, actually.
would get advantage because the fog is gone.
Yep. So 1 from reckless attack, 1 from the silvery barbs. 23.
23 hits.
Slash for 6.
Oops.
And let's see here. Can I get I wanna try to back it into the corner. Like can I push it 5 with that one and then move up again and try to
Yes.
put another 5? Okay, so
Yes.
second attack roll then. Okay, hang on. With the advantage is a 22.
That hits.
And that is another 11 slashing.
Goodness.
And I'll push it again.
You're seeing this ghost begin to discorporate a little bit. It's starting to, the slashes are starting to leave cleaved holes through the ghost where the body just kind of comes together and there's just smoke coming off of it, but it is still a whole being barely clinging together. So now it is Dominic's turn.
I'm gonna do Booming Blade.
Of course you are.
Yeah. All right, that is a 23 to hit.
23 hits.
Whoop. Uh-oh. I lost y'all for a second. I'm guessing I hit.
Yes.
With a
Yeah.
23, yeah.
Yes.
Your 23 does hit.
All right. Damage time. That is 9 piercing damage. That is 4 lightning damage.
Uh-huh.
And 3 thunder damage.
All right, this thing is still up. And we move over to Sasha. It has been moved 10 feet away from you. So I think it would be 10 feet away from you. You are prone, so you will have to use half of your movement speed to stand up.
Right.
And then you are free to use your actions, bonus actions, what have you. Or you can shoot from the floor with disadvantage, whichever.
One second. Additional creature. So I do have an ability called Wither and Bloom. It basically I invoke death and life upon a 10-foot radius sphere centered at the point within range. The creature must make a Constitution saving throw, taking necrotic damage. By the way, is it immune to necrotic?
You don't know.
No.
No? Okay. In addition, one creature of your choice in the area can spend. So I'm going to cast Wither and Bloom for necrotic damage.
Oh, it only got it's only 9 for Constitution, so it definitely fails.
Oh, for sure.
So
Awesome.
roll your damage, and then I think you might, if you, depending on where you aim it, you might be able to get yourself in the area, but Leslie is definitely in the area if you want to give that other benefit of that spell to
I still
him
haven't
or
been hit.
yourself.
Yeah, I haven't been hit. You
Well,
on yourself.
yeah, I'll do it to myself.
All right. I'll say you can aim it in such a way that you can get yourself in it and the ghost.
Awesome. So 2d6, so 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be a 5 and a 3. So 8.
This ghost completely discorporates. You hear the jangling of bells as it discorporates entirely, and you can spend 1 hit die to gain back health. At this point, the door does the door's already open. You hear a voice at the door, "Oh my goodness!" And you look and you see you would all recognize this woman because she is very prolific. She is the poetry teacher, Pompadora. She's also a scarecrow. However, she is dressed, she has a sort of frilled collar, a very beautiful sort of almost sundress on. "Oh my goodness, I'm going to call for help. Stay there." And she uses some sending. "Help, there's students hurt in the classroom." And at this point, we're just going to speed things up a little bit. People do come and they help you out. They give you medical attention. They ask you what happened. You relay all of what happened. Everything.
Igor points at the book.
Yes. Yes, they all start putting the pieces together. And as you are all in the clinic, you would see a very tall Triton woman walk in. You, Dominic, would recognize her because you've spoken with her in her office. This is Ismelda Thalassa. And she kind of pulls up a chair and sits down. "Well, it seems you all have made quite the mess of things. I'm assuming the library stunt was you. The window on the second floor, the acid through the lock.
Nope. Wasn't me.
Dominic is just like looking down, looking very embarrassed.
Damaging school property is against the rules, of course. As is breaking and entering, it seems you've broken and entered into multiple buildings. However, we will not be issuing any detentions, suspensions, or expulsions. It seems that we had a unsavory force right under our noses. I'm not sure how many lives you might have saved, but with such a dangerous figure now off the campus, you all will be able to enjoy your break. However, seems Professor Carmichael is still at large. We are unsure of where she went. Seems she, unfortunately, one of the things she stole, aside from attempting to steal a library book, was a proof against detection, meaning that we cannot use divination to track her. Her motives are still unknown. However, with the evidence, we can go to various authorities of the various towns and realms and see if we can find her. She couldn't have gone far.
Yeah.
But I would like to thank you all for your services to Ravensburg Academy. You all have quite a bit of promise solving this mystery, and I hope that you don't squander it. Well, we have a new professor to hire, so you all should probably get some much-needed rest. And she
Yes,
gets up,
please.
and she simply walks out of the clinic. And that is going to be where we end our tale. Who knows when and what mysteries will come next, what mystery solvers we will have come forward, and what other spooky spirits will cause trouble. So you will hopefully be seeing more episodes of this series coming. There's a new season of our lovely regular campaign coming up, as well as a little surprise one-shot that's going to be coming out the following week. So stay tuned for that. But other than that, we will see you soon.